Chapter 2177. Oh my God! Direct Disciple. 1. Your current strength is equivalent to the power of the fourth realm power, declared the middle-aged man with white hair. The fourth realm. Wang Ting was slightly puzzled and asked, Master, what is the realm power? Realm power is the power of the world, a unit specifically used to measure strength. The pinnacle of the cosmos stage is the 10th realm power, and you have only reached the 4th realm power, explained the middle-aged man. The power of the world. Wang Ting pondered for a moment and then was suddenly surprised. I've only reached the 4th realm power? There's still such a long way to go to reach the pinnacle. Your limit has not been reached yet, the middle-aged man said with an odd expression. My limit hasn't been reached? Wang Ting was taken aback and asked, Do you mean you can continue merging the origin of a universe? The white-haired middle-aged man took out another origin of a universe and said. Wang Ting stared at the transparent cosmic source, astonished, and said, Master, don't you have only one of this? When did the origin of a universe become so common? Who said I only have one? The middle-aged man said indifferently, This one was casually refined when one passed by another collapsing universe. Wang Ting was speechless. Impressive. Casually refining another origin of a universe, as if it's so easy. This is an origin of a universe, for heaven's sake. It's not something easily refined. This isn't some common energy that you can find anywhere. And how do you keep coming across collapsing universes? Are collapsing universes so easily encountered? Wang Ting didn't know what to say anymore. Sit down, absorb. The middle-aged man with white hair said, paying no mind to what Wang Ting might be thinking. Wang Ting didn't waste any time. He sat down cross-legged obediently and gave an I'm ready expression. This was an origin of a universe, and even if he had already absorbed one, he certainly didn't find it excessive. With a flick of the middle-aged man's finger, the origin of a universe descended onto Wang Ting's head and slowly merged. Once again, Wang Ting experienced a profound shock throughout his body. Strange energies swept through his inner cosmos, causing another transformation. As time passed slowly, the middle-aged man with white hair furrowed his brow slightly, expressing surprise. He still hasn't reached the limit. At his level of cultivation, there shouldn't be much to astonish him, but Wang Ting's current performance still managed to elicit a sense of wonder. This cosmos stage martial warrior hadn't reached his limit even after absorbing 2 origin of a universe. This completely exceeded his understanding. In his long lifespan, the most talented martial warrior he ever encountered could only absorb 1 origin of a universe when he was at the cosmos stage. That was the limit. Yet here was Wang Ting, having absorbed 2 and seemingly poised to continue. The middle-aged man's interest was piqued once again. He took out another origin of a universe, the last one he had refined when passing through yet another collapsing universe. As a powerhouse like him had traversed numerous realms, he naturally encountered several collapsing universes. However, this was also his last origin of a universe in reserve. If Wang Ting still didn't reach his limit, he would have to rely on finding another origin of a universe on his own. This young man seemed like an endless abyss. The middle-aged man with white hair placed the 3rd origin of a universe above Wang Ting's head for him to absorb. Wang Ting, who was about to exit his cultivation state, was surprised to feel another origin of a universe erupting within his inner cosmos. He was a bit dazed. What was going on? Another one? Could it be that he still hadn't reached the limit of the cosmos stage? Wang Ting was thoroughly astonished, but he didn't have the luxury of overthinking. Immediately, he immersed his consciousness once again, beginning to absorb this 3rd origin of a universe. He noticed that this origin of a universe was vastly different from the origin energy of chaos he absorbed in the chaotic uncharted. The origin of a universe originated from the entire cosmic realm, whereas the origin energy of chaos was influenced by the origin of chaos, existing as a type of energy born in chaos. To obtain the true origin of chaos, one would need to refine the entire cosmic uncharted. However, the souls of the chaotic beasts were somewhat similar to this origin of a universe, both capable of elevating one's life essence and inducing transformation. When Wang Ting ascended to the cosmos stage, it was with the assistance of the souls of the chaotic beasts that he reached his limit. That meant that with the help of the chaotic beasts, he had reached the limit of the celestial stage and advanced to the cosmos stage. Therefore, for Wang Ting to reach the cosmos stage limit now, he required multiple origins of a universe. As the middle-aged man with white hair had stated, the deeper one's foundation, the stronger their power. However, conversely, advancing to the next realm would become increasingly challenging. With the absorption of the third origin of a universe by Wang Ting, he finally sensed a saturation, emanating from the depths of his soul and his physical body alike. Both his soul essence and physique experienced a swelling sensation. Slowly opening his eyes, he smiled at the middle-aged man with white hair. "Master, I've finally reached the limit." At this moment, Wang Ting's perception of the white-haired middle-aged man underwent a subtle change. It seemed like this man truly regarded him as a disciple. If not, he wouldn't have casually given him 3 precious origin of a universe without a trace of reluctance. Initially seeking backing, Wang Ting now harbored a hint of respect for the man. Well, considering how much he was given, the middle-aged man nodded and said, "You've absorbed 3 balls of origin of a universe in total. Even one have never seen this before. It seems your foundation is even more profound than I imagined." Chapter 2178. Oh my God! Direct Disciple. 2. However, it will be difficult for me to advance to the heaven stage, Wang Ting said with a bitter smile. He glanced at the attributes board. The attributes changed again. Origin of life, 150000 origin of soul, 150000 spirit, 200000/300000 cosmos realm. His origin of life and origin of soul had increased to 150,000 points, and the limit of his spirit attribute had increased to 300,000 points. Wang Ting almost wanted to vomit out the origin of a universe he just absorbed. He still had to continue raising his spiritual attribute by another 100,000 points, which seemed incredibly challenging. Since it's the path you've chosen, you'll have to grit your teeth and complete it even if it's tough, the middle-aged man with white hair said calmly, observing Wang Ting's expression. A faint curve appeared at the corner of his mouth, but quickly vanished. "Kid, I didn't give you 3 origin of a universe for nothing." "I understand, Master." Wang Ting sighed and nodded, accepting his fate. "All right, now give it your all and throw another punch," the middle-aged man with white hair said. Wang Ting immediately became focused again, moved to an open space, and threw a punch. With a resounding boom, the void collapsed directly, and a terrifying force burst out, causing formidable fluctuations that directly shattered the surrounding space. The previous punch had only collapsed the space within 1 meter of his fist, but this punch could collapse the space within 3 meters. "Not bad, 6th realm power," the middle-aged man with white hair commented. "6th realm power? Didn't you say that the limit of the cosmos stage is the 10th realm?" Wang Ting asked in confusion. "You've overlooked several other factors: techniques, innate talent, and even your domain," the middle-aged man with white hair explained. "1c. The techniques one practice, my innate talents, and even my domain are still unable to fully unleash my power to the 10th realm power," Wang Ting nodded thoughtfully. "You already have the foundation of the 10th realm power, but to fully bring it out, you need various skills and enlightenment. That's the difference between a martial warrior and a brute," the middle-aged man with white hair explained. Wang Ting nodded. "What scripture are you practicing? What level is it?" the white-haired middle-aged man asked again. It's a scripture one created myself. Wang Ting didn't hide the truth. A self-created scripture. The middle-aged man with white hair raised his eyebrows. His surprise at Wang Ting was growing, and the calmness in his deep gaze had been disrupted multiple times by Wang Ting's revelations. A cosmos stage martial warriors created his scripture? And dared to cultivate it? The middle-aged man with white hair felt that, despite his age, he was encountering an oddity for the first time, expanding his knowledge. "Let me see your self-created scripture," he reluctantly said. At this point, he wanted to massage his forehead, but to maintain an image of a superior being in front of Wang Ting, he resisted the urge. Wang Ting, seeing his expression, felt a bit uneasy for some reason. He then silently recited his self-created technique, the Chaos Constellation Scripture. Anyway, aside from him, no one else could cultivate this technique. As Wang Ting silently recited the technique, the middle-aged man with white hair was initially planning to correct and refine it. In his view, a self-created scripture by a cosmos stage martial warrior would likely be full of errors and problems, even if it could be cultivated. However, as Wang Ting continued, the middle-aged man became increasingly shocked. A trace of disbelief appeared in his deep eyes. If the previous two instances of surprise were like small ripples, this time it was as if a massive stone had been thrown into a calm lake, creating a tumult that disturbed the fish below. When Wang Ting finished recounting the final word of the Chaos Constellation Scripture, the middle-aged man with white hair fell into contemplation. After a long while, he closed his eyes and seemingly cast Wang Ting aside. Wang Ting. What was going on? His master, who just seemed ready to correct his scripture, was now ignoring him. Wang Ting had no choice but to sit cross-legged in front of the other party and wait quietly. After an unknown amount of time, the middle-aged man with white hair opens his eyes, staring at Wang Ting without saying a word. "Master, is there something wrong?" Wang Ting asked cautiously, feeling a bit startled. "Marvelous!" the middle-aged man with white hair suddenly exclaimed. "Wang Ting, did you truly create this scripture yourself?" the middle-aged man with white hair asked. "Yes." Wang Ting nodded. "Only to the cosmos stage?" the white-haired middle-aged man asked again. Wang Ting nodded again, saying, "The next part of the scripture hasn't been deduced yet. It requires a lot of preparation, and I'm still only at the cosmos stage." "That's right, you're only at the cosmos stage," the white-haired middle-aged man exclaimed. If it weren't for the undeniable reality and his extensive experience, he would never have believed that such a profound scripture was created by a cosmos stage martial warrior. The middle-aged man with white hair was extremely curious. He sighed in his heart, realizing that this disciple had completely shattered his preconceptions about scriptures built up over many years. However, he couldn't resist asking, "How did you create this technique?" Wang Ting's expression became somewhat strange. Was this master feeling discouraged by him? At the same time, he heaved a sigh of relief. He thought that there was something wrong with the scripture. It looked like that wasn't the case. Without hiding anything, he straightforwardly recounted the original intention and the process of creating the scripture. The middle-aged man with white hair was surprisingly intrigued, nodding from time to time. He looked at Wang Ting and said, "You have quite the luck." "SOSO." Wang Ting chuckled. "But to create such a technique, your thoughts are truly extraordinary. Even eternal stage martial warriors might not dare to think like this." The middle-aged man with white hair shook his head. "You're too kind," Wang Ting replied. "I can't teach you much about this scripture. We can only discuss it, and 111 share some of my insights with you. One hope it helps you in creating a heaven stage scripture in the future. However, the actual creation process will depend on you. Otherwise, you may be easily influenced by my path," the middle-aged man with white hair said. "That is more than enough," Wang Ting exclaimed in joy. "Master, your insights as a powerful martial warrior are beyond what ordinary martial warriors can compare. They will surely be of great help to me. The middle-aged man with white hair nodded slowly and continued, Your scripture is based on multiple original forces, merging them to form the chaos force. The process emphasizes balance. I'll take the example of the five-element forces. Wang Ting became serious, his gaze constantly flickering. He nodded from time to time, interjecting with questions or sharing his own viewpoints. The two of them mutually verified and exchanged thoughts. If anyone who knew the middle-aged man with white hair saw this, they would likely be astonished to see Wang Ting engaged in such deep discussions with him. Time flew by, and they discussed for 10 days and nights, completely forgetting about time. It wasn't until the middle-aged man with white hair slowly stopped that Wang Ting closed his eyes to digest what he had gained. 3 days later, Wang Ting slowly opened his eyes. The radiance in his eyes was restrained, and he stood up, respectfully bowing to the middle-aged man with white hair. Thank you, master. It's time for you to leave. The middle-aged man with white hair waved his hand, and a token flew toward Wang Ting. Wang Ting instinctively caught the token and couldn't help but be surprised. When he looked up, he found that the surroundings had instantly changed, just like when he arrived, without any warning when leaving. Holding this token, you are now my direct disciple. When the day comes for us to meet again, it will be the unveiling of your identity. If anyone from the Stellar Academies asks, show them the token, and they will understand. A voice slowly reached Wang Ting's ears, fading away as he left the mountain and eventually dissipated in the air. Wang Ting looked around and realized he was back at the peak of the spiritual hollow mountain. The president of the 7th Stellar Academy and the 2 God Stage martial warriors from the 7th Stellar Academy were standing not far away. They stared at Wang Ting in surprise. Outside Spiritual Hollow Mountain, the students stared wide-eyed at the scene. In their eyes, Wang Ting had only disappeared for a moment, then returned to the peak of Spiritual Hollow Mountain. President, instructors. Wang Ting hurriedly greeted the president and the 2 terrifying presences. The president of the 7th Stellar Academy suddenly saw the token in Wang Ting's hand. His expression changed slightly as he grabbed Wang Ting's shoulder and disappeared on the spot. Follow me. The 2 God Stage martial warriors exchanged glances with one another before following him. They disappeared from the top of the Spiritual Hollow Mountain. Chapter 2179 Legacy in the Grand Universe Hall 1. What on earth happened? The people outside the Spiritual Hollow Mountain were astounded when they saw Wang Ting appearing again and getting taken away by the president and the others. They started guessing what happened. At the same time, Spiritual Hollow Mountain vanished before their eyes, leaving them in awe. Silence. An Eternal Stage martial warrior from the academy stood up and shouted. The crowd immediately quieted down, looking at the Eternal Stage martial warrior. All the performances of the new students have been observed by the instructors present. Now, the formal apprentice selection begins. Students chosen by the instructors, carefully consider whether you want to take them as your masters. Instructors choose students, and students also choose instructors. No one will force you. The Eternal Stage martial warrior said calmly. The new students present were instantly shaken, forgetting about the situation with Wang Ting. Other people's affairs were not as important as their own future. Besides, with Wang Ting absent, their brilliance would not be overshadowed. It was so heartbreaking. Wang Ting's presence in this generation suppressed all the other geniuses, surpassing everyone in talent and strength. They felt despair. At this moment, many new students looked eagerly at the Eternal Stage martial warriors with only one thought in their minds: pick me, please pick me. They yearned to become stronger. Having a master was an excellent way to achieve that. If they could choose a suitable strong master, there might be a chance to surpass him in the future. Yuan Mu, are you willing to take me as your master? In the sky, an Eternal Stage ruler gazed at Yuan Mu, and his voice slowly echoed. Although Yuan Mu was not as exceptional as Wang Ting, his talent was still outstanding enough to catch the attention of an eternal stage ruler. Eternal stage rulers were the most powerful among eternal stage martial warriors. Despite seeming to have quite a few in the stellar academies, they were priceless figures in the universe. Regardless of where they were in the universe, eternal stage rulers were always the top-tier beings. In the absence of God stage entities, eternal stage rulers were the most powerful figures. With a snap of their fingers, they could annihilate an entire star system, showcasing their terrifying might. However, at this moment, Yuan Mu revealed a trace of unwillingness. While Wang Ting was taken away by the president and 2 God stage presences, Yuan Mu could only end up accepting an eternal stage ruler as his master, and the disparity was too significant. He was too proud, setting his demands too high at the beginning. Now, facing this enormous gap, he found it hard to accept. Yuan Mu, your divine constellation physique is indeed an extremely powerful physique, not inferior to anyone. The method one cultivate coincides with your path. Are you willing to accept me as your master? At this moment, another eternal stage ruler stepped forward, speaking. Everyone was envious. Yuan Mu's talent was truly remarkable, attracting the attention and competition of 2 eternal stage rulers. Lu Tian, your path of slaughter aligns with mine. Are you willing to accept me as your mentor? Another eternal stage ruler spoke, looking at Lu Tian. Like opening floodgates, one by one, strong figures stepped forward, choosing disciples they favored. Unlike the lively scene in the Grand Universe Hall, it was strangely quiet on Wang Ting's side. The president brought Wang Ting into a quiet great hall. He didn't speak and just looked at him with a complicated gaze. The other 2 God stage martial warriors appeared. They looked at the president and then at Wang Ting, falling into silence. Wang Ting, suddenly finding himself here, couldn't help but feel speechless. Couldn't these big shots have given him a heads-up in advance? Without saying a word, they brought him here. He was a person, not a puppet on strings. After silently complaining, he couldn't help but assess the surroundings. He knew this was a hall, but it was extraordinarily peculiar, resembling a starry sky with countless stars. Some formed peculiar constellations, some condensed into shining star rivers spanning the void, and various star clusters, nebulae, and more. Is this the Grand Universe Hall? Wang Ting immediately thought of the Grand Universe Hall in the plaza, as the appearance and name were too fitting, but it was hard to be sure. But soon, he retracted his gaze and looked at the president and the others. He got a shock. 3 God stage martial warriors were staring straight at him, making him feel a bit uneasy and nervous. Master isn't tricking me, right? Wang Ting wondered to himself. He swallowed his saliva and looked at the president guiltily. President Elders, why are you looking at me like this? Don't be nervous. The president chuckled and asked, Where did you just go? Wang Ting didn't hide anything and recounted what happened after leaving Spiritual Hollow Mountain. The president and the 2 God stage beings had flickering gazes, seemingly with a strange glint in their eyes. When they heard the whole story, a hint of shock appeared on their faces. At their level, there were very few things that could make them feel astonished. But today, something truly remarkable had happened. Beyond the mountain, beyond the sky. What incredible means! He's far ahead of us. The 3 God stage powerhouses exclaimed. In that case, it should be correct. The president sighed and, with a slightly complex expression, looked at Wang Ting, saying, I initially intended to take you as my disciple, but I didn't expect you to catch the eye of that existence. Wait, the president was planning to take me as his disciple? Wang Ting, hearing the president's words, couldn't help but feel a bit regretful. This was the president of the Stellar Academy. If he became his disciple, his status within the academy would be extraordinary. What a pity! However, judging by the president's expression, it seemed like his master might be even more extraordinary. Chapter 2180. Legacy in the Grand Universe Hall. 2. With these thoughts, Wang Ting felt much more balanced. Moreover, it seemed that the president wouldn't trouble him for choosing another master. Wang Ting breathed a sigh of relief and couldn't help but ask curiously, "President, do you know who my master is?" He was quite curious about his master's identity. Unfortunately, his master loved to play mysterious and wouldn't tell him. It was really annoying. "Since he didn't tell you, I can't say much. I can only say that he has an inseparable connection with our stellar academies." The president paced with his hands behind his back and said slowly, "When the 7 stellar academies recruit disciples, we can all use 7 stellar academies. The students who enter 7 stellar academies undergo the academy's assessment, but they also face another assessment, which no one knows about. However, it's clear that you've passed it." Assessment? Could it be deciphering spiritual Hollow Mountain? Or reaching the Suanmit? Wang Ting was a bit curious, speculating in his mind. "Let me see the token in your hand," the president said. Wang Ting regained his senses and passed the token to the president. After receiving the token, the president carefully examined it in his hand, his expression becoming more complex. For a token to make a God stage existence, especially the president of the stellar academies, to show such a complex expression, indicated that the token was truly extraordinary. Wang Ting hadn't taken a close look at the token since he got it. At this moment, his gaze also fell on the token. The token was entirely purple, adorned with peculiar patterns. The engravings were mysterious, and the token bore no words. Whether on the front or back, it appeared the same, making it impossible to distinguish between the two sides. "Indeed, it is him," the dean murmured, returning the token to Wang Ting. "Keep it safe. Don't lose it. Being able to have that existence as your master is your destiny." The 2 true God stage beings exchanged a glance, hesitant to speak. The disciple they had set their eyes on seemed to have disappeared. It was regrettable and frustrating. They had high hopes for Wang Ting. His talent was undoubtedly the highest among the geniuses they had seen in years, surpassing all others. Unfortunately, such a genius was now beyond their reach. Wang Ting was unaware of the thoughts of the 3 God stage figures. He simply nodded and pocketed the token. Without the need for the others to explain, he understood the critical importance of the token. Now that he had no idea where his master was, he could only rely on this token to maintain his identity. Judging by the demeanor of the president and the others, it was evident that his master was an influential figure. So, holding on to this token was paramount. Also, when he left, his master seemed to have said, he was taken in as a direct disciple? Originally, he was just a disciple in name, with the possibility of having his status revoked at any time. How did it suddenly change to becoming a direct disciple? Was it because of the Chaos Constellation scripture? Wang Ting's expression was somewhat peculiar. Did his master, after discussing with him for 10 days and nights, finally succumb to his talent? Thus, he directly upgraded him from a disciple in name to a direct disciple. This unexpected change in treatment caught him off guard. Nevertheless, it was a good thing. At least, he was now firmly holding onto this powerful thigh. Unfortunately, he still didn't know his master's name, so he couldn't use his master's identity to act recklessly. Speaking of which, could his master be preventing him from doing so by not revealing his name? For so many years, that person has never taken a disciple before, the president sighed. Never? Were there no others who entered that mountain before? Wang Ting asked curiously. At least, no one within our 7 stellar academies has ever entered, the president asserted. No one has entered before? It doesn't seem very difficult. Wang Ting was surprised. He entered that mountain without even understanding what was going on. The president and the other 2 God stage martial warriors were speechless. This kid had quite the audacity. If it wasn't difficult, Why would no one have entered for so many years? That was all the geniuses from the 7 stellar academies over the years, including those with astonishing talents that amazed the entire universe. However, without exception, none of them could gain recognition to enter that mountain. This indicated the immense difficulty involved. However, they couldn't refute it because Wang Ting had indeed entered that mountain and successfully become a disciple. Of course, they wouldn't argue with a junior over such matters. President, can one still seek another master? Wang Ting asked, his eyes twinkling. You still want to find another master? The president was caught between laughter and tears. Well, my master isn't around, so can't I find another mentor who can guide me in his absence? Wang Ting casually remarked. The 2 God Stage martial warriors were speechless again. Their expressions turned strange. If they had such a disciple who, immediately after becoming a disciple, turned around and sought another master, they might consider slapping this rebellious disciple on the spot. Is it not allowed? Wang Ting asked. Forget about it. If your master finds out about this, he might kick you out. No. He might slap you to death. The president glanced at Wang Ting and said, in the future, you can continue to cultivate at the stellar academies as usual. If there's anything you don't understand, you can seek guidance from the academy's instructors. I'll make sure they provide you with all the assistance and guidance you need. Chapter 2181 Legacy in the Grand Universe Hall. 3. Really? Wang Ting's eyes lit up. He had never intended to seek another master. This was just a ploy to gain some advantages. Unexpectedly, it turned into a pleasant surprise. Good lad, you dare to trick me. The president also realized this clever student had outfoxed him. He pointed at Wang Ting, chuckling and shaking his head. The 2 true God Stage beings also found it amusing. They increasingly felt that Wang Ting was to their liking. Unfortunately, this outstanding disciple had been taken away, and they couldn't get him back. It was truly frustrating. I'm speaking the truth. One didn't trick you. Wang Ting chuckled. Also, I'm a student of stellar academies. With my talent, if it goes to waste, don't you think it would be a pity? You little kid, now you're praising yourself. The president couldn't help but laugh. President, mark my words. Today, I take pride in being a member of the 7th Stellar Academy. In the future, I will make sure the Academy takes pride in having me. Wang Ting declared solemnly. All right, I'll remember your words. One want to see how you make the Academy proud. The president looked at him deeply. Although he had said similar things to all new students on the plaza of the Grand Universe Hall, his requirements for Wang Ting were different now. Making the stellar academies genuinely proud of a student was no easy task. Wang Ting didn't say much. He had enough confidence in himself. As long as he became powerful enough, everything would fall into place. Well, you don't need to worry. What I said earlier still stands, the president reassured him. Thank you. Wang Ting expressed his gratitude. No need to thank me. Consider this your reward for reaching the summit of the spiritual hollow mountain. The president grinned like an old fox. Wang Ting opened his mouth, feeling a bit speechless. Did he gain or lose in the end? The president, amused by his embarrassed expression, suddenly asked, Do you know where you are? Wang Ting smiled bitterly in his heart, returned to reality, and hesitated before saying, The Grand Universe Hall? Yes, this is the Grand Universe Hall. The president nodded and said, The Grand Universe Hall is our 7 Stellar Academy's most important legacy ground. Since I brought you in, it's not just a random place to chat. Legacy ground. Wang Ting was stunned. The Grand Universe Hall turned out to be a legacy ground. A gleam of light flashed in his eyes. Did the president bring him here for? This is the mystery reward I'm giving you. The president chuckled. Wang Ting's eyes instantly lit up, and he hurriedly said, President, from now on, you are the person I most admire in this stellar academy. the guiding light on my life's path. Stop buttering me up. The president couldn't help but shake his head with a wry smile. Wang Ting, if the president is the person you most admire, what are we? The God Stage martial warrior with lightning force shimmering around him gave an ambiguous smile. All of you. All of you. Wang Ting said awkwardly. Ha ha ha. The three true God Stage beings couldn't help but burst into laughter. All right, enough of the small talk. The president shook his head, restrained his laughter, and waved his hand. Suddenly, Wang Ting felt the surrounding scenery rapidly retreating, countless stars turning into dazzling lights, giving off a dreamlike feeling. Each of these stars represents a legacy. What kind of legacy you can obtain depends on your luck. Remember, you can only choose one. Chapter 2182. You can get attributes from everything. Star Formula Scripture. 1. Countless streams of light passed by Wang Ting as numerous stars in the Grand Universe Hall began to retreat. After an unknown amount of time, Wang Ting gradually came to a stop, only to find that the surroundings had once again turned into the universe. However, this sky was different from the one he had seen before. The constellations, nebulae, and other celestial formations around him were clearly distinct from the previous starry scene. What a mysterious technique! Wang Ting observed the surroundings and couldn't help but marvel. He then looked around, transformed into a stream of light, and rushed toward one of the stars. Every star is a legacy. I can only choose one legacy. I don't know how to choose. Let's take a casual look first. Wang Ting quickly arrived in front of the nearest star, hesitated for a moment, and activated his real eye to examine it. With the help of his real eye, the star seemed to shed its surface appearance, revealing its true form. Beneath that starlight there were strange runes, forming chains that entwined around the star. Wang Ting's eyes flickered with a peculiar light. After some contemplation, he extended his spiritual power to make contact with the star. Boom! A roar echoed in his mind, followed by fragmented and chaotic information. So-called legacy turns out to be the insights left behind by martial warriors. The star in front of me contains the insights left by an earth element martial warrior, including scripture, battle techniques, and even domain insights. A glint of brilliance flashed in Wang Ting's eyes. However, this inheritance was only equivalent to that of a heaven stage martial warrior and wasn't considered too powerful. Wang Ting's gaze turned towards the deeper parts of the universe. According to normal rules, the stronger the legacy, the deeper it would be located. Just as he was about to rush towards the deeper parts of the universe, he suddenly stopped in his tracks, rubbing his chin in thought. I wonder if one can profit from this. In Wang Ting's eyes, he could get attributes from everything, as long as it was a treasure, regardless of whether he could profit from it or not. He wanted to give it a try. So, Wang Ting decided to experiment. He condensed his spiritual power into a stick and thrust it towards the star in front of him. This was the experience he gained from farming attributes on the spiritual hollow mountain. No matter what it was, poking at it was the way to go. Boom! A resounding boom suddenly emanated from the light sphere, louder than before. A unique force fluctuation swept out, creating a counterforce that directly shook Wang Ting away. Wang Ting didn't mind. His gaze was fixed on the glowing sphere, and his eyes lit up. Sure enough, several attribute bubbles emerged, floating around the light sphere. A slight curve appeared at the corner of Wang Ting's mouth. His spiritual power swept out, immediately picking up those attribute bubbles. Star Earth Scripture, Cosmos Stage. *300 Earth Domain *60 Earth Domain *50. There weren't many attribute bubbles, but Wang Ting was surprised. Star Earth Scripture. Wang Ting closed his eyes. A hologram appeared in his mind, sitting cross-legged and cultivating the Star Earth Scripture. And it was the Cosmos Stage Star Earth Scripture. Wang Ting had previously obtained Planetary Stage and Celestial Stage Star Earth Scriptures, and now he had acquired the advanced version. When he created the Chaos Constellation scripture, he used this scripture as a reference. He had early on discovered that this scripture was a complete set, including attributes like metal, wood, water, fire, earth, lightning, and ice. As for whether there were other attributes, he wasn't sure. But just the connection between these attributes provided him with a lot of insights. He speculated that the person who created these scriptures probably wanted to start from the easy and progress to the difficult. They initially created single scriptures, moving from low level to high level, and finally merged them. Whether the other person succeeded in the fusion, Wang Ting didn't know, but these techniques greatly inspired him. Now, he wanted to push the Chaos Constellation scripture to the heaven stage. This Cosmos stage Star-Earth scripture came just in time. However, the thought of collecting scriptures for the other attributes made Wang Ting feel a bit annoyed. There were so many of them. Everything depended on luck. There were many legacies in the Universal Hall, and encountering the Star-Earth scripture in the very first one suggested the possibility of finding corresponding legacies ahead. Perhaps there were more fortuitous encounters awaiting Wang Ting. Retracting his thoughts, he glanced at the other two domain attribute bubbles. The Earth domain, with a total of only no attribute points, was not particularly abundant, but it was better than nothing. Wang Ting's domain was at the 7th rank. Further advancement wasn't an easy task. It required gradual progress. Then, he looked at the star in front of him, hesitated for a moment, and decided against it. There were many legacy stars here, and there was no need to grab onto one recklessly. Focusing too much on collecting attributes from one star might attract the attention of the president and others. Moreover, he estimated that he wouldn't stay in this grand universe hall for too long and needed to make the most of his time. With these thoughts in mind, Wang Ting swiftly moved towards another star. These stars had their differences. The previous one, with a faint yellow halo inside, was undoubtedly the legacy of an Earth element martial warrior. The current star emitted a gentle blue halo, unmistakably representing the legacy of a water element martial warrior. Following the same procedure, Wang Ting condensed his spiritual power into a staff and fiercely thrust it forward. Boom! After a resounding roar, a unique force swept out. Unlike the previous time when he was shaken away, this time he staunchly withstood the impact, remaining steadfast in his position. Chapter 2183. You can get attributes from everything. Star Formula Scripture. 2. Attribute bubbles dropped and he picked them up. Water Element Scripture, Heaven Stage. *Iol Water Domain *20 Water Domain *30 Wang Ting shook his head with a hint of disappointment, then without lingering, he rushed towards another distant legacy star. What is this little guy doing? The God Stage martial warrior enveloped in flames furrowed his brow, puzzled. He should be searching for a suitable inheritance for himself, the God Stage martial warrior surrounded by lightning casually remarked. Searching them one by one like this, how long will it take him? It would be better to head directly to deeper areas, the God Stage martial warrior said in a somewhat exasperated tone. This little guy's actions are often perplexing, but in the end it seems he's not wasting his time, the president mused. President, are you perhaps a bit too optimistic about this little guy? The God Stage fire element martial warrior questioned. Ha ha ha, the president laughed. How about we make a bet? Oh, what are we betting on? The God Stage fire element martial warrior showed a surprised expression. He was intrigued. The president rarely made bets with anyone, so this occasion was a rare opportunity, and he couldn't afford to miss it. Besides, the president was well known for possessing many valuable items. Any small wager would likely make them envious. The Lightning God Stage martial warrior also became interested and looked toward the president. I have 2 blood dragon wood here. I bet he will obtain a God Stage legacy. If I lose, these blood dragon wood will be yours. The president revealed two peculiar blood-red plants in his hand. The two God-stage martial warriors were astounded. The two blood-red plants emitted a strong blood aura, their trunks resembling that of a true dragon, with a majestic and twisted appearance. Blood dragon woods? It's said that these trees grow by bathing in dragon blood, and the medicinal liquid extracted from them contains the essence of dragon blood. President, you're going all out, offering two of them at once, the fire god stage martial warrior remarked. The legacy of a god stage martial warrior? President, you're quite ambitious. He's only at the cosmos stage. How can he obtain a god stage legacy? The lightning god stage martial warrior shook his head. What will you two bet against me? The president remained unfazed, merely smiling. I don't have many treasures equivalent to the blood dragon wood on me. The fire god stage martial warrior pondered for a moment, then hesitated as he said, How about this 5-colored soil? 5-colored soil. The president was surprised. He nodded and continued, 5-colored soil can cultivate eternal level and above plant life, making it quite a rare treasure. It's my turn. The lightning god stage martial warrior chuckled, producing an item and saying, This is Thunder Tribulation Elixir, refined from the Calamity Lightning. It has a tempering effect, beneficial for cultivators beyond the eternal stage. Thunder Tribulation Elixir. The president and the fire god stage martial warrior stared at the liquid in astonishment. This was an exceedingly rare substance. Thunder Tribulation Elixir only formed during lightning calamities, and not every lightning calamity produced it. The chances were very slim. Generally, only those at the universe stage or above who attracted calamity lightning would yield Thunder Tribulation Elixir, and its efficacy was also related to the strength of the calamity lightning. The stronger the calamity lightning, the more potent the Thunder Tribulation Elixir born from it. Moreover, only powerful lightning element martial warriors could extract it. The God Stage martial warrior's Thunder Tribulation Elixir was obviously refined from a calamity lightning, and as a God Stage being, what he produced was not to be underestimated. Well done. This item would indeed be of great help to us. The Fire God Stage martial warrior nodded. I didn't expect you to be willing to bring it out this time. If the president is willing to offer treasures like blood dragon woods, and your 5-colored soil isn't ordinary either, how could one be unwilling to bring out this Thunder Tribulation Elixir? One can endure a bit more hardship during the next calamity lightning if needed. The Lightning God Stage martial warrior replied. Let's see if he can get the God Stage legacy, the president smiled and said. Within the Grand Universe Hall, Wang Ting sped swiftly, his pace considerably faster than before. Racing through, his spiritual power condensed into successive sticks, fiercely stabbing toward the legacy stars. He had now mastered the 3 principles of farming attributes: fast, accurate, ruthless. Without any hesitation, after a day of diligent efforts, he had finally plundered over 100 legacy stars, reaping quite a fruitful harvest. At this point, he had gathered all 5 elemental attributes of the star formula scripture. The legacy stars in the Grand Universe Hall indeed held these star formula scriptures, living up to his expectations. Unfortunately, he hadn't come across any star formula scriptures with special attributes yet, leaving him somewhat frustrated. Boom! Wang Ting thrust his spiritual power stick into an enormous and dazzling star, and immediately, a surge of impact swept over him, knocking him back. Such formidable impact! Wang Ting was astonished. This impact was much stronger than before. At this moment, several massive attribute bubbles dropped down, and Wang Ting's eyes lit up. His spiritual power swept out, immediately picking them up. Star Lightning Scripture, Cosmos Stage, *I500 Star Lightning Scripture, Cosmos Stage, asterisk 20 lightning domain asterisk 300 lightning domain asterisk 200 origin of lightning asterisk io star lightning scripture. Wang Ting's eyes lit up. Speak of the devil. After finding attributes for so long, Wang Ting finally encountered a star formula scripture with a special attribute. Moreover, the domain attributes seemed to be significantly more abundant than the previous legacy stars. There was even the origin of lightning. This wasn't something a heaven stage legacy constellation could have. A universe stage legacy star. Wang Ting looked at the legacy star and immediately noticed some discrepancies, feeling a bit surprised. Previously, the legacy stars he encountered were all at the heaven stage, and compared to this one, they were noticeably smaller. He couldn't help but halt his steps and look around. Soon, he discovered several legacy stars that were obviously larger and more dazzling than the heaven stage ones. Without any hesitation, Wang Ting quickly rushed towards those universe stage stars. Without a doubt, he would get more attributes from the universe stage legacy stars. Huh! When Wang Ting approached one of the universe stage legacy stars, he couldn't help but be stunned, exclaiming, "This is a legacy star of the light element." He immediately became interested. He controlled his spiritual power stick more cautiously this time and fiercely stabbed it. He was much more careful this time, poking and immediately retreating, avoiding the peculiar fluctuations that swept out from the legacy star. Attribute bubbles fell. Get them. Starlight Scripture, Cosmos Stage. Asterisk I600 Starlight Scripture, Cosmos Stage. Asterisk I80 Light Domain asterisk 500 Light Domain asterisk 30 Origin of Light asterisk 20 Star Formula Scripture. It looks like I'm quite lucky. I have another Star Formula Scripture, and it's a rare light element scripture. Wang Ting was surprised and elated. He had never received this light element star formula scripture before. This time, he received the Cosmos Stage star formula scripture directly. He was extremely lucky. Simultaneously, as the remaining attribute bubbles merged into Wang Ting's consciousness, related insights emerged. Light domain. Origin of light. Wang Ting suddenly felt that his light domain seemed to have broken through a certain barrier, reaching a new level. Light domain. 400/5000 5th rank. His light domain had already reached the pinnacle of the 4th rank, and it had finally advanced to the 5th rank. The formidable power of the light domain was beyond doubt. During the battle with Tai Beisha, her use of the light domain was quite impressive. Initially, Wang Ting's light domain was inferior to hers, but now, he felt that the difference wasn't that significant. Next time, if he were to battle Tai Beisha again, his light domain would be enough to surprise her. Besides that, there was the origin of light. Wang Ting already had the origin of light, and the additional 20 attribute points this time further enhanced his understanding. Wang Ting couldn't help but hesitate. Should he continue poking this legacy star? After all, this was the light element. It was hard to come by. In the end, he sighed and gave up the idea. Instead, he rushed towards the next universe stage legacy star. One by one, the surrounding universe stage legacy stars were quickly sheared by Wang Ting. In addition to lightning and light elements, he also obtained an ice element star formula scripture. Counting them, he now possessed 8 star formula scriptures. I still lack poison and wind elements. One wonder if there are any here. Wang Ting furrowed his brow, scanning his surroundings. These 2 types of inheritance stars were not common, especially the poison element legacy star. Wang Ting had yet to come across one. Chapter 2184. Wang Ting's wind talent is the strongest? 1. Translator. Knyi Translations Editor. Henyi Translations. Wang Ting was extremely curious about the star formula scripture. He really wanted to know what would happen if he could collect all the scriptures. Coincidentally, Wang Ting encountered the star formula scriptures in the Legacies of the Grand Universe Hall this time. If he didn't harvest all the scriptures, it would be a shame to waste such a great opportunity. As he moved forward, his gaze swept the surroundings. He activated the real eye, prioritizing the search for poison and wind element legacy stars. Suddenly, his gaze condensed as he spotted a distant legacy star emitting a faint, ghostly green light. It was far away, almost at the limit of his line of sight. Without hesitation, Wang Ting instantly rushed towards it. Time was of the essence, and there was no room for delay. In an instant, he arrived in front of the legacy star, which radiated a faint ghostly green light. His spiritual power condensed into a stick 11 and thrust forward. Boom! Ripples of ghostly green waves spread from the inheritance star, shaking the surroundings. Within the fluctuations, a potent toxic force was present. If it weren't for a poison element martial warrior, they probably couldn't withstand the impact of such a toxic force. Therefore, the choice of legacy stars, including their stage, was a crucial consideration for martial warriors. Not everyone was like Wang Ting, for whom the choice of legacy stars had almost no impact. For instance, this legacy star contained the legacy of a universe stage martial warrior. The toxic force contained within would have a significant impact on ordinary cosmos stage martial warriors and even heaven stage martial warriors. However, Wang Ting, with his demon lotus poison body, did not need to worry about this toxic force. The only thing he needed to endure was the terrifying impact. The impact generated by a universe stage legacy star was enough to send him flying. So, Wang Ting didn't resist directly. Instead, he evaded until the impact nearly disappeared, then proceeded to collect the attribute bubbles. Standing at a distance, Wang Ting watched as attribute bubbles dropped from the legacy star. His eyes gleamed and he released his spiritual power immediately to collect them. Star Poison Scripture, Cosmos Stage, * 2000 Star Poison Scripture, Cosmos Stage, * 1700 Poison Domain, * 120 Poison Domain, * IO Origin of Poison, * 500 Star Poison Scripture. It's here. Wang Ting was elated. After searching for a long time, he finally found a legacy star that gave him the Star Poison Scripture. It wasn't easy. Wang Ting felt elated. At the same time, in his mind, an image of a figure seated in meditation appeared, practicing the Star Poison Scripture. Wang Ting noticed that these scriptures were not exceptionally profound compared to the universe stage and eternal stage scriptures he had acquired. However, they possessed unique characteristics that set them apart. What made them particularly valuable was the interconnection between each scripture, something that higher-level techniques lacked. Fortunately for Wang Ting, the Star Poison Scripture attribute dropped from this legacy star carried a substantial attribute value of 3,700 points. This allowed him to master the scripture from the foundation to the specialized level in one fell swoop. Additionally, there were some poison domain attribute. While Wang Ting had already mastered several poison domains, including a mixed poison domain, most were at the 3rd rank. Among them, the purest poison domain had reached the 7th rank, making further improvements challenging. The attribute value dropped by this universe stage legacy star was not substantial since Wang Ting had only scratched the surface. He had not truly obtained the corresponding legacy. Lastly, there was the origin of poison, with significantly more points than the previously acquired power of origin, totaling 500 points. Perhaps it was due to Wang Ting's lower level of the power of poison origin. Origin of poison 1100/10,000, 1st rank. Wang Ting didn't pay too much attention to these enhancements. After collecting everything, he continued searching for the legacy stars that suited his need. In another dimension of the Grand Universe Hall, 3 God-stage entities stood silently in place, their gazes seemingly penetrating the space, observing Wang Ting's figure navigating the starry expanse. For the better part of the day, they remained nearly motionless, a brief moment for them akin to a few breaths in their extended lifetimes. However, Wang Ting's every move caught their interest, especially since the ultimate outcome of their bet hinged on it. The three treasures at stake were far from ordinary, and losing would undoubtedly leave them feeling the pinch for a considerable rhyme. The president lightly stroked his graying beard, a faint smile playing on his lips, exuding an air of confidence. The other two God-stage entities also found their spirits uplifted, as, so far, Wang Ting had only been lingering among universe-stage legacy stars. He was still a considerable distance from the God-stage legacies the president had mentioned. "President, you're probably going to lose. My Thunder Tribulation elixir can be saved now," the Lightning God-stage figure remarked with a cheerful smile. "Securing the acknowledgement of a legacy isn't as easy as you think. It seems he understands his limitations. If he can't subdue even a universe-stage legacy, how can he aspire to conquer a God-stage one?" The Fire God-stage presence added. "Don't be in a hurry. It's still early," the president said with a faint smile. The two God-stage entities exchanged surprised glances. Even at this point, the president maintained an air of confidence, leaving them genuinely astonished. "However, we should give him a fixed time. Otherwise, he might keep dragging it out." The president shook his head and transmitted his voice directly into Wang Ting's ears. "Wang Ting, you only have 3 days. If you can't find your legacy within 3 days, you must leave." Chapter 2185. Wang Ting's wind talent is the strongest? 2. On the other side, Wang Ting was shocked. "Damn it. I knew it." He expected this, but he couldn't help but complain when he knew that there were only 3 days. The president was so stingy. Couldn't they give him a few more days with so many legacies? Wang Ting's heart was bleeding. But regardless of his complaints, Wang Ting dared not express them. He could only accelerate his search with a sense of resignation. When Wang Ting focused all his attention on finding wind element legacy stars, he finally made some progress. This took him half a day. During this period, Wang Ting found a total of 4 wind element legacy stars, each of which he probed with his spiritual power. The first 2 wind element legacy stars were heaven stage stars, dropping heaven stage scripture attributes, and corresponding domain attribute. The latter 2 were universe stage legacy stars, dropping universe stage scripture attributes, and some domain and origin attribute. But not a single one was the star formula scripture he was looking for. "Why don't I have any luck?" Wang Ting furrowed his brows, feeling a bit frustrated. Adding the previous half-day, he had already wasted a day. With only 2 days left, finding a suitable legacy in this vast array seemed uncertain. Wang Ting took a deep breath. Wind element legacy stars were hard to come by. After half a day of searching, he found only 4. He decided to give it another 3 hours. He might have to give up if he couldn't find a suitable wind element legacy star with the star formula scripture within that time frame. Next, he would have to search for a genuine legacy, rather than wasting time here. Wang Ting increased his speed to the maximum, swiftly traversing the starry expanse. In just over 2 hours, he had delved deep into the starry space, encountering numerous legacy stars along the way, including some universe stage ones. But he could only cast a reluctant glance at them and move on without looking back. These were not the wind element legacy stars he was searching for. "Ha ha ha!" The lightning god stage presence burst out laughing when he saw this scene. "This little guy seems to be frightened. Look at him, not daring to waste any more time. If we don't pressure him a bit, he probably would still be wandering around in front," the president said. "What is this little guy doing exactly? Just now, I saw him using his spiritual force to probe all the legacy stars of various attributes." "Yes, that's right, probing." The fire god stage martial warriors gave a strange look. After a moment of contemplation, he found a word to describe Wang Ting's actions. "Probing." The lightning god stage martial warrior was stunned. He hadn't paid attention to these details, merely thinking that Wang Ting was investigating the legacy stars. Even the president, hearing the word used by the fire god stage martial warrior, had his hand trembling slightly, almost pulling out a tuft of his beard. Probing? What a good use of this word. It sounded indecent. Do you guys not think so? The fire god stage martial warrior asked. It does seem a bit like that, the lightning element god stage martial warrior speculated. Perhaps this is his unique way of investigation? It's just a bit peculiar. The fire god stage martial warrior chuckled. Was it just a bit peculiar? It was downright special. Who would use probing to investigate something? Let's not bother with what methods he uses. He has been searching for so long. Has he still not found a suitable inheritance? The fire god stage martial warrior frowned. Judging by the looks of it, it seems that universe stage legacies might not satisfy his appetite, the lightning god stage martial warrior said, his gaze flashing slightly. Could he be aiming for eternal stage legacies? The fire god stage martial warrior pondered. He didn't think that Wang Ting would look for the legacy of a god stage martial warrior. Even though Wang Ting's talent was indeed impressive, the difference in strength was always there. It would be absurd for a cosmos stage warrior to obtain a god stage legacy, pure nonsense. The president remained silent throughout, wearing a faint smile, calmly watching Wang Ting. He was also eager to see what Wang Ting could achieve. Could he create another miracle? At a certain moment, Wang Ting's figure suddenly halted, coming to an abrupt stop. A dazzling wind element legacy star appeared before his eyes. The intense azure glow was so vivid that he could almost see it clearly without resorting to using his real eye. The Eternal Stage Legacy Star. This was, at the very least, an Eternal Stage Legacy Star. He took a deep breath, cautiously approaching, like a thief preparing to steal a bird's egg. For some reason, he felt a slight excitement. Perhaps it was the first time encountered an Eternal Stage Legacy Star, and he had no idea what would happen if he gave it a poke. At the moment Wang Ting discovered the Eternal Stage Legacy Star, the three God Stage presences couldn't help but let out a surprised sound. He found an Eternal Stage Wind Element Legacy Star. This little guy is quite lucky, said the Fire God Stage Martial Warrior said. After searching for so long, he finally found an Eternal Stage Legacy Star. I thought he could only find Universe Stage Legacy Stars, the Lightning God Stage Martial Warrior remarked. You underestimate him. This little one's talent is not limited to this extent, the president suddenly said. Oh! The two God Stage Martial Warriors were surprised. Generally speaking, the higher the talent, the easier it is to sense corresponding attribute legacy stars. While Wang Ting's talent is comprehensive, there should still be variations. It's impossible for him to find high-level legacy stars for every attribute. If that were the case, it would be too incredible, the Fire God Stage Martial Warrior analyzed. That's right. No matter how talented you are, it's impossible for all your talents to be so powerful. The Lightning God Stage Martial Warrior nodded. He agreed with the Fire God Stage Martial Warrior on this matter. Wang Ting having talents across all elements was already extraordinary, but if every talent were exceptionally powerful, it would transcend the realm of being extraordinary. I initially thought his talents in the lightning and fire elements were the strongest, but now it seems his talent in the wind element might be the most potent, the Fire God Stage Martial Warrior said, his eyes flashing subtly. That's not necessarily true, the president chuckled. You're placing too much confidence in him. The two God Stage entities sighed with a wry smile. They had noticed that whenever they pointed out Wang Ting's flaws, the president would come out to counter their opinions. It seemed he was more protective of this young man than his real disciples. Of course, it wasn't that they lacked confidence in Wang Ting. They were just being realistic. Let's continue observing, the president said with a meaningful glint in his eyes. Wang Ting approached the colossal blue star, taking a deep breath and preparing himself. If anything went wrong, he would immediately retreat. An eternal stage legacy star was undoubtedly not easy to deal with. Wang Ting took a deep breath, controlled his spiritual power, and fiercely poked it out. With a resounding boom, a tremendously formidable wave emanated from the legacy star. Damn it! Wang Ting's figure flickered, attempting to dodge the terrifying shockwave, but he was a step too late. This legacy star belonged to the wind element, and the unique force it contained naturally possessed the characteristics of wind force. That is, speed. A shockwave swept through like a fierce wind, violently blasting Wang Ting away. He retreated a distance of 10,000 meters before coming to a stop. The eternal stage legacy star is so powerful. Wang Ting's expression changed. He didn't dare to underestimate it. He just wanted to get some attribute bubbles, but he faced such a tremendous counterforce. Obtaining the legacy within would likely be extremely challenging. Ha ha ha! The two God Stage martial warriors burst out laughing when they saw this scene. Seeing Wang Ting suffer made them inexplicably happy. This guy was quite audacious, and this time, he had finally met his match. Unaware of the three God Stage beings mocking him behind his back, Wang Ting's gaze was completely drawn to the attribute bubbles dropped by the eternal stage legacy star. These bubbles were significantly larger than the ones dropped by the previous universe stage legacy stars, clearly indicating their substantial content. However, Wang Ting felt a bit regretful. The eternal stage legacy star was too high level, so it probably wouldn't drop a Cosmos stage star formula scripture. Never mind. Pick them up first, then think about it. He shook his head, choosing not to dwell on it. He picked up the enormous attribute bubbles. 9 Heavens Imperial Wine Scripture *3000 9 Heavens Imperial Wine Scripture *2500 Star Wind Scripture, Cosmos Stage, *2200 Star Wind Scripture, Cosmos Stage, *I800 Wine Domain, Actualization Phase, *500 Wine Domain, Actualization Phase, *3500 Origin of Wind, *300 Origin of Wind, *400 Eternal Matter, *I5. Oh my God! Wang Ting's eyes widened. This was a huge gain. Chapter 2186 Chronicles of Time 1. Wang Ting was astounded by the attribute bubbles dropped by the eternal stage wind element legacy star. 9 Heavens Imperial Wind Scripture. This was an eternal stage wind element scripture. As the attribute bubbles merged into his consciousness, a humanoid figure materialized. This figure possessed intricate cyan meridians coursing through its body. An astonishing cyan force enveloped his body like a 9-headed dragon. Wang Ting was enlightened. He swiftly grasped the essence of this eternal stage wind element scripture, the 9 Heavens Imperial Wind Scripture. 9 Heavens Imperial Wine Scripture, Eternal Stage 5500/8000 Foundation. However, the 5,500 attribute points only allowed Wang Ting to attain a foundation-level mastery. To further advance, he needed either to continue accumulating points or allocate blank attribute points. What caught Wang Ting by surprise was the second scripture, the one he had been seeking relentlessly, the Star Wind Scripture. Another figure appeared in Wang Ting's mind, demonstrating the cultivation of this Cosmos Stage scripture. Compared to the 9 Heavens Imperial Wind Scripture, this scripture was merely Cosmos Stage and naturally inferior, yet Wang Ting felt a sense of delight. He searched high and low for the scripture, but here it was. After searching tirelessly and finding nothing, he unexpectedly discovered this scripture within the Eternal Stage Legacy Star. Perhaps the formidable martial warrior who left behind this Eternal Stage Legacy once dedicated himself to mastering the Star Wind Scripture. At this moment, Wang Ting had essentially collected all the star formula scriptures for each attribute, leaving only the Dark Force. As the last scripture, Wang Ting's joy was unparalleled, surpassing even that of acquiring the 9 heavens imperial wind scripture. He couldn't help but anticipate the fusion of these star formula scriptures, but he knew the timing was not right. Therefore, he reluctantly set the matter aside, planning to thoroughly study these cosmos stage scriptures after returning. Besides scriptures, there were domain attributes too. This time, the domain attribute gave Wang Ting a pleasant surprise. The actualization phase. The wind domain he got from this eternal stage legacy star was an actualization phase domain. There were 8,500 points of attributes in total. It was a substantial amount. Wind domain. 2500/4000, 4th rank actualization phase. Wang Ting's wind domain was originally an ordinary domain and it was at the 4th rank. However, with the recent acquisition of the actualization phase domain, it leaped to the 4th rank too, instantly aligning with the normal wind domain. Obtaining a new actualization phase domain filled Wang Ting with great joy, recognizing the immense superiority of an actualization phase domain over a regular one. Wang Ting could now confidently affirm that only universe stage powerhouses wielded actualization phase domains. Most heaven stage martial warriors, in contrast, were only capable of commanding normal domains. Then, there was the origin of wind. There were 700 points of it. Origin of wind. 8,300/10,000, 1st rank. Wang Ting's grasp of the origin of wind was formidable, approaching the pinnacle of the 1st rank. He might soon break through to the 2nd rank. Finally, there were 15 points of eternal matter attribute. While the attribute value wasn't particularly high, the eternal matter was a special material possessed only by eternal stage powerhouses. Wang Ting had acquired a small amount through his assistance in refining the yin-yang dragon essence pill for 2 eternal stage experts in a previous endeavor. Unexpectedly, this time he obtained it directly from the eternal stage legacy star. It was a significant and unexpected gain. As the eternal matter melded into Wang Ting's inner cosmos, it seemed to fuse with his soul, adding a unique characteristic to his spiritual essence. After sensing it briefly and noting no significant changes compared to the last time, he regretfully dismissed the matter and moved on. Well then, I've finally collected all the star formula scriptures. Now, it's time for me to seek the true legacy I need. He cast a glance at the eternal stage legacy star before slowly drifting backward. While the legacy before him was not bad, he could only choose one. Naturally, he couldn't afford to squander such an exceptional opportunity on a mere eternal stage legacy. Disdainful. If he was going to seek, he would seek the best. His goal was the God stage legacy. It had to be admitted that in this regard, the president had a remarkably profound insight. He foresaw early on that he would opt for a God stage legacy. This time, Wang Ting didn't rush to search. The previous questing process had made him realize a crucial issue. It seemed that these stellar constellations of legacies required talent for sensing. One couldn't simply search aimlessly. In the beginning, there were too many legacy stars, making sensing unnecessary since they were everywhere. Wang Ting, eager to explore all the possibilities, naturally didn't bother with such details. However, after questing for quite some time and finding only one eternal stage legacy star, he suddenly became aware of the problem. If he continued searching, he might not be able to find a God stage legacy star. If even eternal stage legacy stars were so rare, finding a God stage one would be an even greater challenge. Wang Ting closed his eyes, pondering for a moment. Despite having various talents, he could only choose one. A decision had to be made. His consciousness involuntarily delved into the attributes board to review his talent. The various force talents required no elaboration. They were the most common talents. More notably, there were physique talents. Wang Ting possessed numerous physique talents, among them the potent and promising demon lotus poison body, the spiritual wood divine physique, the true dragon battle physique, and many others. However, the two most powerful talents were likely the time and space talents. Chapter 2187 Chronicles of Time. 2. A glint flashed in Wang Ting's eyes. It remained unknown whether the Grand Universe Hall housed legacies related to time and space. If there was, that would be great. There was no better legacy than time and space. The opportunity to enter the Grand Universe Hall was exceedingly rare, and Wang Ting was uncertain when the next chance would present itself. He had to seize the moment. What is Wang Ting doing? The Fire God Stage martial warrior observed the scene, unable to suppress his curiosity. He seems to be uninterested in this Wind Element Eternal Stage legacy. The Lightning God Stage martial warrior hesitated for a moment before responding. He doesn't want a Wind Element Eternal Stage legacy? The Fire God Stage martial warrior was speechless. He couldn't decide if Wang Ting was overestimating himself or if his courage was commendable. If he missed this legacy, there was no guarantee he would find a better one next time. In the end, Wang Ting decided to attempt sensing with his time talent first. Time talents were exceptionally rare, and if he could obtain a corresponding legacy, it would be the most significant gain of this endeavor. Should he acquire a legacy related to time talent, he would no longer crudely wield time power. Instead, he could systematically utilize the power of time. With closed eyes, he activated his time talent. Peculiar ripples emanated from his body, spreading outward. Thankfully, the three God Stage entities were not present in this spatial region. Otherwise, they would have been profoundly shocked. The extraordinary fluctuations emanating from Wang Ting's body at this moment were none other than the power of time. A Cosmos Stage martial warrior, unexpectedly wielding the power of time. This was something not even a God Stage martial warrior dared to imagine. Before long, Wang Ting furrowed his brows. He couldn't sense anything. Is it because my time talent is too weak? He couldn't help but speculate in his mind. Obtaining the time talent was exceedingly rare. Currently, his attribute points were just over 1,000, and reaching the perfected state of the time attribute required 10,000 points. Moreover, if it followed the developmental pattern of his space talent, even reaching the perfected state would only transform the time talent into a first-rank time physique. Therefore, his time talent was still too weak. This could be one reason. Or is it because the distance is too far? Wang Ting rubbed his chin, pondered for a moment, then charged deeper into the starry expanse. Regardless, he had to search and explore. Giving up without trying was something he couldn't accept. Wang Ting was fervently eager for a legacy related to the time talent. To save time, he simultaneously activated his space physique. Waves of spatial fluctuations emanated from him, spreading into the surroundings. Both talents were active, sensing simultaneously. He refrained from activating other talents, not because he didn't want to but because he couldn't. Activating too many talents at once would undoubtedly hinder his judgment. Since Wang Ting had decided to seek legacies related to time and space, he couldn't afford to expend too much energy on other talents. It was easy to lose focus. In Wang Ting's quest, time slowly passed once again, and a day elapsed. During this time, he encountered several Eternal Stage legacy stars, one related to the Earth element, another to the Wood element, and the third to the Metal element. In terms of value, they might not surpass the Wind element legacy he first encountered. In the vast expanse of the starry sky, these constellations shone like individual stars, radiating dazzling brilliance. Wang Ting, however, showed no attachment and moved past them without hesitation. Of course, since he encountered them, he couldn't resist seizing the opportunity to gain some benefits. Wang Ting received some scriptures, domains, origins, and eternal matter attribute bubbles through his probing attempts. It seems he's truly searching for a God Stage legacy. The Fire God Stage figure remarked upon witnessing this scene. Do you think he can find it? The lightning god stage martial warrior nodded and smiled. It's hard to say. It depends on his talents and luck. God stage legacies are situated in the deepest regions, and they have no fixed locations. It's challenging to locate them, the fire god stage martial warrior explained. Even if he finds one, it doesn't guarantee he can subdue it. God stage legacies are extremely difficult to conquer. The lightning god stage martial warrior glanced at the president and continued, regardless of how you look at it, Wang Ting's chances of obtaining a god stage legacy are quite slim. It's alright. If I lose, I'll give you the 2 blood dragon wood, the president smiled and replied. The 2 god stage powerhouses revealed a hint of satisfaction. The blood dragon wood was theirs. However, they were unaware of what kind of heritage Wang Ting was truly seeking. If it were an ordinary god stage legacy, with Wang Ting's talent, he could find it with a bit of time. 3 hours passed. Wang Ting abruptly halted his movement, his gaze fixated on a specific spot, a faint hint of excitement glimmering in his eyes. He sensed it. After searching for so long, he finally felt the presence of a time element legacy. The Grand Universe Hall truly did not disappoint. It even housed a epic legacy. How remarkable! Without hesitation, Wang Ting rushed toward the designated location. Although he sensed the existence of the time legacy, the distance should not be close. It was merely a faint feeling. After about 1 or 2 minutes, a peculiar heritage celestial appeared in Wang Ting's eyes, silently floating in the deep void, devoid of any extraneous stars in its vicinity. This star, Wang Ting frowned. It was too small. The radiance was also immensely feeble. A stellar inheritance of this size could never be a deity-level legacy. At most, it might be a heaven stage legacy. Wang Ting felt a twinge of regret, mixed with a detect of resignation. At the same time, a hint of apprehension accompanied him as he approached the diminutive heritage star. Chapter 2188 Chronicles of Time 3. Activating the real eye, Wang Ting examined the legacy star. It displayed a nearly transparent quality, devoid of any distinct color. However, faint streams of luminescence shimmered within, and intricate and enigmatic runes entwined its surface, emanating exceptionally peculiar vibrations. These runes, even to Wang Ting, a rune grandmaster with an extensive knowledge of ancient symbols, appeared unprecedented. Could this be the legendary time runes? Wang Ting murmured to himself. Taking a deep breath, he refrained from dwelling on the thought. Pondering now served little purpose. These runes were the materialization of enlightenment. Even if he tried to exploit the situation, he couldn't obtain time runes. Thinking about it was futile. It should be a heaven stage time legacy. After scrutinizing the legacy star for a while, Wang Ting made his judgment. Heaven stage time legacy. In terms of level, it was a bit low, but being a time legacy made it incredibly rare and precious. If it were any other warrior with time talents, they might choose to directly accept the inheritance. However, Wang Ting had another option. Get some attribute bubbles. In doing so, he might not be able to acquire the complete legacy, but at least he could obtain a portion of it, which was better than nothing. The legacy star, in another spatial domain, the president and the 2 god stage beings experienced a slight tremor in their hearts. Their expressions showed a subtle change. Naturally, they recognized the legacy star as a time-related one. Such inheritances were exceedingly rare throughout the entire Grand Universe Hall. But, the question was, why was Wang Ting there? Was this a coincidence? Or did he look for it himself? If Wang Ting had sought it out himself, it would be intriguing. Could it be that Wang Ting possesses the time talent? The fire god stage martial warrior fell into silence for a moment before uttering the words, time talent. As if those 2 words carried an unimaginable weight. After speaking, he couldn't help but chuckle, but the amusement seemed tinged with a hint of awkwardness. What if Wang Ting truly had the time talent? There is no relevant information in this regard. The president stared at Wang Ting in that spatial domain, shaking his head after a moment. It's unlikely. Time talents appear once in several epochs, the lightning god stage martial warrior remarked. Even though they were reluctant to believe it, at this moment, they all focused their gazes on Wang Ting, waiting to see what choice he would make. If he chose this legacy star, it would be 100% confirmation that Wang Ting possessed a time talent. If he didn't choose it, further investigation would be needed. In the next moment, a gleam flashed in Wang Ting's eyes. His spiritual power condensed into a staff, stabbing out fiercely. Bang! Unlike before, a profoundly dull sound emanated from the time legacy star. He felt as if his spiritual power had plunged into a quagmire difficult to extricate himself from. An invisible fluctuation spread slowly. While lacking the terrifying impact from before, Wang Ting's expression changed drastically. His pupils vibrated intensely. Without hesitation, he directly employed the space flash, disappearing from his original position and reappearing several kilometers away. The space around the time legacy star suddenly distorted, and time became chaotic. Wang Ting, still with lingering fear, gazed at that area. If he hadn't sensed the terrifying fluctuation in advance due to his time talent, he would probably have been deeply ensnared in the chaotic time zone by now. Time, at any moment and under any circumstances, was an extremely formidable and mysterious domain that must never be underestimated. Even God-stage beings would find themselves in a difficult situation when trapped in such a chaotic time zone. This kid is playing with fire. The fire God-stage martial warrior frowned. He seems to have avoided it in advance. The lightning God-stage martial warrior stared at Wang Ting with piercing eyes. The fire God-stage martial warrior and the president noticed this too. There was a sharp glint in their eyes. Could it be that he truly possesses the time talent? This thought simultaneously crossed the minds of the three uncontrollably. Several attribute bubbles appeared around the time legacy star. Wang Ting felt excited but refrained from hastily collecting the bubbles. The time fluctuation in that area had not completely dissipated, and his spiritual power would be greatly affected upon entering. After 10 minutes, the time fluctuation in that area finally completely dissipated. Wang Ting carefully sensed it and then confidently extended his spiritual power to collect the attribute bubbles. Chronicles of Time *IOL Chronicles of Time *I 200 reverse / 500 time domain * 800 time domain * 600. Chapter 2189. Using such a method is truly despicable. 1. The attribute bubbles from the time element legacy star entered Wang Ting's body. His eyes lit up. Good stuff. This time, he hit the jackpot. Although it was only a heaven stage legacy, the attribute bubbles dropped from it seemed to Wang Ting to far surpass the eternal stage legacies he encountered before. He even felt that the eternal stage wind element legacy star was not as valuable as this time legacy star. Of course, it was a matter of personal preference. It didn't mean that the value of the wind element legacy was lower. If it was a wind element martial warrior, the eternal stage wind element legacy would naturally be more valuable to them, and the time legacy would be useless. Wang Ting took a deep breath, calming his emotions a bit, and then looked at the attributes board. First was the Chronicles of Time. After this attribute bubble merged into Wang Ting's mind, profound insights emerged, like condensed mysterious runes, imprinted in his memory. Wang Ting instantly gained enlightenment. The Chronicles of Time wasn't a scripture or battle skill. Instead, it was the insights into time left behind by the person who created this legacy. It summarized the thoughts and ideas from the person's cultivation process. With the insights from the Chronicles of Time, Wang Ting could avoid many detours in his cultivation. Simultaneously, His mastery of the power of time would become more adept, not as rudimentary as before. The same technique, when executed before and after obtaining the Chronicles of Time, would undoubtedly be different. Now, with the insights from the Chronicles of Time, if Wang Ting used the power of time, he could not only save time but also accelerate the speed of his execution. No matter how you looked at it, it was a good thing. Chronicles of Time, 2200/5000 Foundation. Unfortunately, there were only 2,200 points of attributes, so Wang Ting could only reach the foundation stage. Next was a battle technique. As the attribute bubble merged into Wang Ting's mind, a humanoid figure appeared. This figure was extraordinary, standing in the void, emanating an indescribable aura. Although he stood there, it seemed like he wasn't there at all. There was a kind of illusion, an unreal feeling as if there was a discontinuity between the previous second and the next. Suddenly, the figure made a move. He had no weapon in his hand, just using his palm as a blade, lightly slashing towards the empty space in front. It was an unremarkable palm, even a bit ethereal, without any apparent force. However, as this palm was executed, ripples appeared in the space in front, and an invisible blade swept through. Suddenly, a planet in front disintegrated. The disintegration wasn't due to a massive impact causing an explosion. Instead, it was a material breakdown, as if the time on that planet was reversed. Yes, reversed. All the substances on that planet returned to an extremely primitive state, leading to its ultimate collapse. The scene ended, and the humanoid figure disappeared. Wang Ting remained stunned in place, unable to recover for a long time. The image of the planet disintegrating lingered in his mind. Gasp! After a moment, he finally came to his senses. He couldn't help but inhale a cold breath, and his eyes were filled with shock. Reverse the flow of time, causing the target to disintegrate. Can such an attack be blocked? Wang Ting murmured to himself, finding it hard to imagine that such an attack truly existed. He had once experimented with reversing time to heal wounds, but it came at the cost of some damage to the essence of life and soul. According to his previous experiments, if he wanted to unleash the terrifying power seen in the recent scene, his essence of life and soul probably wouldn't be sufficient. He would collapse before even executing the strike. However, after obtaining this battle technique named reverse slash, Wang Ting discovered that he had seemingly been using the wrong approach all along. While utilizing the power of time would indeed subject his body to erosion by time, there was a way to avoid it and prevent the erosion from being too severe. Both the Chronicles of Time and this reverse slash contained detailed records of this knowledge. Clearly, this was the most valuable experience. This is fantastic. Joy lit up Wang Ting's eyes, and he murmured to himself, with the Chronicles of Time and this time element battle technique, I can at least use the power of time to launch attacks without worrying about consuming too much essence of life and soul. His origin of life and origin of soul were already much stronger than ordinary Cosmos stage martial warriors, reaching the limit of the Cosmos stage. Moreover, he could replenish them by picking up attributes, making the consequences much smaller than those of other time element martial warriors in the past. Reverse slash, Heaven Stage 500/5000 Foundation. Unfortunately, Wang Ting only received 500 points. It was too little. This battle technique, reverse slash, requires a whopping 5,000 attribute points just to reach the foundation level, indicating that it was not that easy to master. Furthermore, this battle technique was categorized as Heaven Stage, and its rank was not considered high. Perhaps it was because of this that the legacy before him was designated as a Heaven Stage legacy. Such a level implies one thing. While the martial technique was undoubtedly powerful, it might not cause significant harm to those much stronger than oneself. If an eternal stage martial warrior acted, he might be able to resist the power of time of this battle technique. Wang Ting shook his head, no longer dwelling on such thoughts. What he had now was already sufficient. Given his current strength, thinking about eternal stage abilities was too far-fetched. As long as he remained prudent, it was unlikely that eternal stage martial warriors would attack him. Chapter 2190. Using such a method is truly despicable. 2. Such beings have their dignity and wouldn't aimlessly target a cosmos stage martial warrior. Even if they belong to hostile factions, it wouldn't be practical for an eternal stage figure to directly confront a cosmos stage martial warrior. But the name of this martial technique seems a bit hasty, Wang Ting remarked, glancing at the attributes board. // It was appropriate, but the style was lacking. It appeared that the predecessor, much like himself, was not particularly skilled in naming things. The last two attribute bubbles were the time domain. This was an extremely rare attribute bubble. Among the domains Wang Ting currently possessed, there was no domain related to time. Obtaining the power of such a domain was truly a pleasant surprise. Immediately, the relevant insights fused into his mind, rapidly enhancing his mastery of the time domain. Time domain, 400/2000 second rank. Wang Ting was surprised. He hadn't expected that his insights into the time domain would surpass the first rank, reaching the second rank. Considering that his space domain was currently at the first rank, his time domain actually caught up. Although time and space were considered the two most powerful laws in the universe, mastering time proved to be more challenging than space to some extent. Otherwise, why would there be relatively more powerhouses who mastered space than time? After his time domain reached the second rank, Wang Ting's understanding of time improved significantly. However, he discovered that using the time domain consumed more terrifying amounts of power of time and caused even more severe erosion to his origin of soul and origin of life. Only by increasing the rank could he potentially reduce some of the backlash. Of course, this meant that when using the same methods, the higher the mastery of the domain, the lower the backlash. However, generally speaking, as the mastery of the domain increased, the techniques employed would also become more powerful, leading to a more formidable backlash. It was all relative. In essence, everything depended on the individual's ability to withstand the level of backlash. Despite the lengthy explanation, it only took a short moment. After collecting the attribute bubbles, Wang Ting turned his gaze back to the time element legacy star, contemplating for a few moments. With such a good opportunity, why not pick a few more bubbles? Just a few more, it wouldn't waste too much time. At this moment, it seemed as if a voice was constantly repeating in Wang Ting's mind, urging him to stay and continue collecting the attributes. So, Wang Ting decided to stay. Bang! Since he decided to stay, Wang Ting wasted no time. He condensed his spiritual power into a stick and fiercely stabbed at the time element legacy star. The power of time spread from the star, permeating the surroundings. Attribute bubbles emerged one after another. Wang Ting directly picked them up without examining them closely. He continued stabbing. Thud, thud, thud. Continuous sounds echoed. The time element legacy star got harassed by Wang Ting continuously. Oh, what is this guy doing? The lightning god stage martial warrior exclaimed. He didn't accept the legacy but keeps stabbing it like that. Is he playing? The fire god stage marital warrior said with bewilderment. Even the president had a stream of black lines on his head, unable to comprehend Wang Ting's unusual operation. At their level, not understanding the actions of a cosmos stage martial warrior was truly embarrassing. The three god stage presences dared not disclose what was happening here. Wang Ting stabbed for about a dozen times. The attribute bubbles dropping from the time element legacy star became fewer, but he continued his persistent stabbing. He was a professional at farming attribute bubbles. However, the time element legacy star no longer gave him the opportunity. The surrounding space suddenly fluctuated, and the star directly escaped. Wang Ting. Time Element Legacy Star. I can run away. You deserve it. The lightning god stage martial warrior spat out the words uncontrollably when he saw this scene. Even he thought Wang Ting went overboard, allowing a rare and precious time element legacy star to escape. Was this something a person would do? In that case, we can't tell if he has the time talent or not. The fire god stage marital warrior frowned. Let it be, there's no need to insist. If he truly possesses a talent for time, he will expose it sooner or later. What we need to do is keep an eye on him, ensuring he doesn't fall prematurely. Such a genius belongs to our 7th Stellar Academy. It's truly fortunate, ha ha ha, the president said, laughing heartily and appearing quite pleased. That's true. Regardless, he is a member of our 7th Stellar Academy, the two God Stage entities agreed. Hee with this young man, when the time comes for the 7 Stellar Academies to compete, our 7th Stellar Academy will surely rise. It seems like there's something to look forward to in this generation. The Lightning God Stage martial warrior chuckled. In the past competitions, our 7th Stellar Academy has always been at the bottom. How unfortunate, the Fire God Stage marital warrior remarked. Having only him is not enough. The president shook his head. I hope he becomes the disruptor in our 7th Stellar Academy, stirring up the other students. Oh! The two God Stage entities expressed surprise, then nodded in admiration. President, you're thinking ahead. Wang Ting looked at the empty void before him. The time element legacy star had long vanished without a trace, leaving him somewhat speechless. Did it have to run away like that? It made him look like some unforgivable villain. All he did was stab it a few times. Full of grievances, Wang Ting shook his head regretfully and glanced at the attributes board. Chronicles of Time, 3000/10,000 well-versed, reverse / Heaven Stage 4100/10,000 well-versed, Time Domain, 500/3000 third rank. Fortunately, the harvest was good. Because he stabbed it a few more times, all 3 types of attribute values increased by 1 level. Without dwelling on it further, Wang Ting, after choosing a direction, swiftly dashed towards a distant location. Earlier, when he sensed the time element legacy star, he also sensed the presence of space legacy stars somewhere in the distance. There were 2 of them. He sensed 2 space element legacy stars just now. These 2 stars were in different directions, but generally speaking, both were on the route Wang Ting was currently taking, one on the left and one on the right. He decided to head towards the right space element legacy star first. The one he sensed on the other side seemed to be more intense, and the better things should be saved for later. Soon, Wang Ting arrived at his destination. A peculiar legacy star appeared before his eyes. This star was entirely silver-white, and judging by its size, it should belong to the Cosmos Stage. Cosmos Stage. Wang Ting rubbed his chin, preparing to give it a poke first. He congregated his spiritual power and stabbed it out. With a loud bang, a powerful space fluctuation swept out. Wang Ting was much calmer than when he encountered the time element legacy star. With a flicker, he disappeared from his original position. He had no problem resisting Cosmos Stage space fluctuations, but there was no need for him to forcefully endure it. As the attribute bubbles fell, Wang Ting's spiritual power rushed into the still lingering spatial fluctuation, retrieving the attribute bubbles. Chronicles of Space *I300 Chronicles of Space *I600 Space Domain *IO Space Domain *80. Several attribute bubbles merged into Wang Ting's body, transforming into insights that he absorbed. Chronicles of Space? Wang Ting's expression turned strange. Chronicles of Time, Chronicles of Space, how many chronicles are there? These are high-level insight. Can you be a little more serious? Chronicles of Space, 2900/3000 Foundation. There were 2,900 points of attributes in total. It was only enough for Wang Ting to reach the Foundation stage. The problem was that the foundation stage required 3,000 attribute points, just 100 points short. Wasn't this tempting him to continue poking the star? Damn it! Using such a method is truly despicable. Wang Ting looked at the other attribute bubbles. He received 180 points of space domain. It wasn't a lot. But, considering that this was only a Cosmos Stage Legacy star, it was already impressive that the other party could grasp the domain. Space domain. 980/1000 first rank, Wang Ting. Are you kidding me? System, you must be kidding, right? He felt utterly powerless to complain. The space domain just reached the critical point, lacking only 20 attribute points to break through to the second rank. Was it really a coincidence? He couldn't believe that there was no foul play involved. Chapter 2191. We underestimated this little guy's decisiveness. 1. In such a case, I'll go along with your wishes. With a fierce and determined glare, Wang Ting directed his spiritual power toward the space element legacy star before him, forcefully thrusting it out. If he was going to reap, he might as well do it thoroughly. Boom, boom, boom. A series of explosions echoed as Wang Ting's spiritual power jabbed at the star and attribute bubbles kept dropping. In no time, Wang Ting found himself stunned in place. The space element legacy star was gone. It ran away. It ran away again. Without a word, with a flicker of spatial fluctuations, it vanished without a trace. Wang Ting didn't know what to say anymore. He cursed under his breath and glanced at the attributes board. Chronicles of Space. 3300/5000 well-versed, space domain. 1300/2000 second rank. Both attributes had ascended by a level, and Wang Ting felt reasonably satisfied. At least his efforts were not in vain. Without further hesitation, he swiftly dashed toward the location of another space element legacy star. He found a space element legacy star. The two God Stage martial warriors were taken aback to see Wang Ting actually locating a space element legacy star. Just moments after finding the time element legacy star, he found a space element one. What kind of talent did this little guy possess? Or did he truly possess some special means to locate the corresponding legacy stars? The two formidable figures from the Stellar Academy were now genuinely puzzled. Mainly because Wang Ting didn't go to accept the legacy, but kept poking legacy stars, leaving them utterly baffled. After some time, Wang Ting found another constellation space element legacy star. This left the two God Stage martial warriors exchanging glances, even more convinced that Wang Ting must have some special means to locate these legacy stars. Mind you, whether it was the Time Constellation Legacy Star or the Space Element Legacy Star, they were all extremely rare. Other martial warriors might come across one, and that would be considered very fortunate. However, Wang Ting had found so many, leaving people with plenty to ponder. A Universe Stage Space Element Legacy Star. Wang Ting's eyes slightly lit up. He was genuinely surprised. Without hesitation, he began to poke it. Boom! An extremely terrifying spatial fluctuation instantly rippled out, prompting Wang Ting to swiftly dodge and reappear in the distance. Several attribute bubbles emerged from within the legacy star, hovering in the surroundings. Get them! Wang Ting silently exclaimed in his mind as his spiritual power reached out, picking them up one by one. Chronicles of Space *4500 Chronicles of Space *3800 Space Domain *2000 Space Domain *2200 Origin of Space *U Origin of Space *60 I can't believe it. What a huge harvest! Wang Ting's eyes widened slightly, utterly surprised by the abundance of gains this time. The Universe Stage Legacy Star was terrifying. Wang Ting couldn't help but sigh at the unexpected windfall. Then, he turned his attention to the changes in the attributes board. However, when he saw the first attribute value, he couldn't help but feel a bit speechless. It was the Chronicles of Space again. Why couldn't he get a specific scripture or battle technique? Wang Ting felt a bit helpless, but before he could ponder more, relevant insights immediately emerged in his mind. Astonishingly, these were insights from within the Chronicles of Space. He suddenly realized that the insights gained from this Chronicles of Space were much more profound than before. Despite both being Chronicles of Space, the insights were different. In an instant, Wang Ting gained some enlightenment. The Chronicles of Space was probably the insights of a space element martial warrior, just presented in this particular form. Chronicles of Space, Universe Stage 6600/10,000 Specialized. Wang Ting glanced at the attributes board, somewhat surprised. This time, the Chronicles of Space had the words, Universe Stage, added to it, indicating a clear connection between the two. Now, this Universe Stage Chronicles of Space seemed to replace the previous Chronicles of Space obtained from the Cosmos Stage Legacy. Furthermore, Wang Ting's mastery of the Chronicles of Space had progressed from well-versed to specialized, instantly advancing to a higher level. His proficiency in controlling spatial energy became extremely adept, making future applications of spatial power more fluid. Next was the space domain attribute, and this time, he unexpectedly gained a substantial 4,200 point. Space domain, 500/4000 4th rank. As a result, Wang Ting's space domain jumped from the 2nd rank to the 4th rank. It rose 2 levels. Wang Ting was overjoyed. This time, he truly struck gold. Even the space domain had advanced so much. Finally, there was the origin of space attribute, totaling 1,300 points, a considerable amount. This was the power of laws of origin, one of the most challenging to comprehend among various origin laws. Although Wang Ting had already grasped the origin of space, it wasn't much, only 630 points of attribute value. This time, he gained more than he did in the previous encounter in the Chaotic Uncharted, a whopping 1,300 points of attribute value. Origin of Space, 1930/10,000 1st rank. Unfortunately, he didn't acquire any space scriptures or battle techniques, leaving Wang Ting somewhat disappointed. Wang Ting looked at the Universe Stage Legacy star in front of him, hesitating. Should he accept this legacy? Time was running out. The delay earlier had left him with less than a day. If he couldn't find a higher-level space element legacy star, he would be at a significant loss. He couldn't afford to act recklessly now. If he probed carelessly again and the current space element legacy star disappeared, he might not be able to retrieve it. Feeling a bit helpless, Wang Ting ultimately decided to search once more. He was unwilling to settle for a Universe Stage legacy star, even if it was a space one. Chapter 2192. We underestimated this little guy's decisiveness. 2. Then he left directly to search for other legacy stars. He doesn't even want the Universe Stage space element legacy star? Does he really possess space talent? The Fire God Stage martial warrior asked. He has space talent, the president unexpectedly revealed, smiling. But his decisive abandonment of this Universe Stage legacy still surprises me. It seems, as I suspected, he is aiming for a God Stage legacy. President, you knew about it already? The Lightning God Stage martial warrior asked in surprise. Yes, he once used his space talent. It's not much of a secret. The president nodded. The 2 God Stage martial warriors were speechless. The president had known all along, yet he watched them speculate, seemingly for his own amusement. He truly is a space talent. This young man's talent is exceptional, the Lightning God Stage martial warrior remarked, his gaze flashing. The Fire God Stage martial warrior nodded in agreement. A martial warrior with a powerful physical body and the bonus of space talent was already extraordinary, a rarity in the world. Even so, I still don't believe he can obtain a God Stage legacy. The fire god stage martial warrior shook his head. The president was now somewhat uncertain. It seemed that if Wang Ting was indeed seeking a god stage legacy related to space, the difficulty would undoubtedly increase. For ordinary god stage legacies related to the 5 elemental forces, the president believed Wang Ting might have a chance. However, a god stage legacy focused on space was exceptionally rare, and finding it was far from guaranteed. I recall there aren't many space legacies in the Grand Universe Hall, right? The Lightning God Stage martial warrior asked. Yes. The president nodded. There's only one God Stage space legacy. The Lightning God Stage martial warrior and the Fire God Stage martial warrior fell into silence, their gazes converging on Wang Ting. Only one. Could he find it? Wang Ting raced through the void, almost reaching his maximum speed as he dashed toward the depths of this spatial expanse. He believed that if there were God Stage legacies, they must be located in the deepest part of the Grand Universe Hall. The surrounding starry sky gradually became more profound, turning pitch black, devoid of any stars and completely void of light. In such an environment, even perception seemed incredibly difficult. Frowning, Wang Ting activated the 4th-rank space physique to its utmost. Waves of spatial energy emanated from him, forming a vast net that extended in all directions. As time passed, the remaining time grew shorter, leaving only half a day. Could it be that there is no God Stage space element legacy? Wang Ting's brows furrowed deeper and deeper. During his ascent of the staircase in the Godslayer Sword Scripture, he had gained the Godslayer Sword Scripture. This was a divine-level space element battle technique. In terms of heritage, the Great Qian Academy was undoubtedly inferior to the Stellar Academies. In theory, the Stellar Academies should not lack God Stage legacies. Unfortunately, the facts were apparent. Wang Ting couldn't help but sigh. If things didn't work out, he might have to give up. He didn't have time to waste anymore. Perhaps it was his fate to seek God Stage legacies related to other forces instead. He activated various elemental talents and swiftly headed in a direction. An hour later, he suddenly came to a halt. He felt it. It seemed to be a lightning element legacy star. In his perception, there appeared to be a massive star in the void ahead, radiating a dazzling light. This radiance was even more intense than the Eternal Stage legacy stars he had encountered earlier. This must be a God Stage legacy. The Lightning Element God Stage legacy was an excellent choice too. Without hesitation, Wang Ting rushed towards it. However, after flying thousands of meters, he suddenly stopped. A subtle movement in his heart made him gaze skeptically at another section of the void. It was as if something there was calling out to him. Wang Ting's space physique remained active. He felt a restless sensation in his body, as if it wanted to rush in that direction. But this was just an impulse. He didn't sense the presence of any legacy there, and it seemed quite distant. It wasn't like the Lightning Element God Stage legacy. Wang Ting could already feel the scorching heat before he got close to it. This feeling was undeniable. The Lightning Element God Stage legacy was right in front of him. On the contrary, the impulse from the other side was filled with uncertainty. Wang Ting suddenly found himself in a dilemma. Didn't he discover the Lightning Element God Stage legacy? Why did he stop? The Fire God Stage martial warrior was surprised. This kid is quite lucky. The president's expression was peculiar. President, did you see something? The Lightning God Stage martial warrior asked curiously. Within the Grand Universe Hall, the president's authority surpassed theirs. What they couldn't see, the president might still be able to. Hence the question. You'll see. The president shook his head. His gaze had never left Wang Ting, and he was curious about which choice Wang Ting would ultimately make. In the void, Wang Ting hesitated for a moment, then gritted his teeth and rushed towards the unknown. He raced madly through the void, covering quite a distance. Now, he could only follow his instincts. Otherwise, he couldn't perceive anything at all. Time passed bit by bit, 1 hour, 2 hours. The sensation became increasingly intense, but time continued to dwindle. Why haven't one arrived yet? Wang Ting felt a bit frantic. The distance was beyond his expectations. He had been flying for so long and still had yet to reach. Could it be that his intuition was wrong? But now that he had come this far, going back to find the God Stage Lightning Element Legacy Star was no longer an option. He could only grit his teeth and continue flying forward. Boom! Wang Ting immediately activated his space flash and light bolt skills. His body turned into a streak of light, flickering in the void, sometimes disappearing, sometimes reappearing, swiftly traversing through space. The time is running out. This kid is getting anxious. The Fire God Stage Martial Warrior shook his head. If the time runs out, and he still hasn't found the corresponding legacy, will you really let him leave? The Lightning God Stage Martial Warrior asked. This was an extremely rare opportunity. If he missed it like this, it would be a pity. Wang Ting was a talent they had high hopes for. If he failed to obtain a legacy in the Grand Universe Hall, it would be a significant loss of opportunity. The president set the time limit, and if it needed changing, it could be changed. It all depended on the president. It's his own choice. No one can be blamed, the president said casually. The growth of a genius is more challenging, with many more trials than an ordinary warrior. If he can't overcome such trials, it only means his temperament is not enough. There are gains and losses. If he wants a better legacy, he must be prepared to get nothing, the Fire God Stage Martial Warrior added. All right, you two seem to be taking it lightly. The Lightning God Stage Martial Warrior shook his head. He was an impulsive person, while the President and the Fire God Stage Martial Warrior were more rational. Unaware of the exchange between the President and the two God Stage Martial Warriors, Wang Ting only had one thought at this moment. Find that legacy, or he wouldn't be content. There was only 1 hour left. Wang Ting's speed had reached its maximum, and in the void, only the lingering afterimage of a streak of light could be seen. He had become the sole light in this pitch-black void, until a faint starlight appeared in front. In this dim void, that speck of starlight was extremely eye-catching. Wang Ting shuddered, an uncontrollable joy surging from the depths of his heart, almost spreading through his entire consciousness. He saw it. He finally saw it. It was indeed a God Stage Legacy Star. As the distance shortened, the starlight in front gradually enlarged, transforming into a colossal, silver-white, radiant celestial body. All right, it's you. Wang Ting couldn't help but burst into laughter. His eyes shimmered with a brilliant light, and with almost no hesitation, his figure turned into a streak of light and plunged into that legacy star. Boom! A terrifying roar echoed, the void trembled, and the colossal celestial body suddenly erupted with endless radiance, as if it wanted to illuminate the entire void. In an instant, everything seemed to freeze. Invisible spatial fluctuations swept through, and the massive silver-white celestial body vibrated continuously as if welcoming Wang Ting's arrival. The President and the two God Stage Martial Warriors widened their eyes slightly, completely unprepared for the fact that Wang Ting would rush into the Legacy Star without a moment's hesitation. This is too impulsive. The Fire God Stage Martial Warrior sighed. Is he not afraid of being rebounded and killed by this Legacy Star? The Legacy Stars asked. Phew! The President let out a sigh, smiling bitterly. We underestimated this young man's decisiveness. Chapter 2193. Wang Ting didn't find a master? The Gathering of the Judges. 10 days flew by in the blink of an eye. The 7th Stellar Academy's Grand Disciple Acceptance Ceremony had come to a close. Many talented students were accepted as disciples by the Academy's formidable figures, embarking on the challenging path of cultivation. Don't think that becoming a disciple guarantees an easy life. On the contrary, even harsher trials await them. The methods of these academy powerhouses were no joking matter. Strict masters create outstanding disciples. To uphold their prestige, the academy instructors could be exceedingly strict with their teachings. Of course, those students without masters had it even tougher. They could only rely on themselves and risk their lives to gain experience. Half a year ago, almost all students were practicing within the academy. Now they must venture outside, undertake various missions, experience life and death situations. This was the best and fastest way for them to improve. Warriors need to undergo challenges. Staying in the Stellar Academy for practice would only make them weak. Whether it was a student who had a master or a student who didn't, there would always be one person's whereabouts that caught their attention. His significance was vastly different. He single-handedly suppressed all the geniuses of the 7th Stellar Academy, rightfully earning the title of the strongest freshman. Unconsciously, many people regarded him as the leader of the new generation, even a spiritual guide. This was something he had earned. Few dared to challenge him, and most could only admire him. Even those who didn't want to admit it had to acknowledge his achievements. They could only plan in secret as he was currently in the spotlight. Many people treated it as their target. Others considered him the leader of the new generation, an inspiration, and perhaps even a legend in the making. With a target they could go further. At the same time, a piece of news spread from within the academy. Wang Ting doesn't have a master. This piece of news shocked many, leaving them surprised and puzzled. With Wang Ting's talent, how could he possibly not have a master? This doesn't make sense. Moreover, wasn't he taken away by the president in the end? Why wouldn't he have a master? It must be fake. Many questioned the authenticity of this news, thinking that someone was trying to smear Wang Ting and undermine his reputation. Who is spreading rumors? How can the president not have a master? Yeah, our president's talent far surpasses everyone. It's impossible for him not to have a master. Our academy's president took him away. He might become the president's disciple. Stop being bitter, shut your stinking mouth. The members of the Constellation Society were infuriated. They wished they could find the person who spread the rumor and let everyone know his evil intention. He hasn't found a master. The president didn't take in a disciple either. But, at this moment, even Yuan Mu stood up and spoke up. Many were astonished, finding it hard to believe that Wang Ting did not find a master. Is that true? No way. The members of the Constellation Society didn't believe him. With their leader's talent, even if he couldn't become the disciple of a God-stage martial warrior, he could become an eternal stage ruler's disciple. Why didn't anyone accept him as their disciple? At the same time, Yu Qiqiao, Wu Yan, Yu Yunxian, and the others came back with news that Wang Ting didn't have a master. They brought back confirmation that Wang Ting indeed had not taken a master. This information came directly from their instructors. The members of the Constellation Society were dead silent. Their president didn't acknowledge anyone as his master. If it were just hearsay from outsiders, they might not have believed it. But coming from individuals like Yu Qiqiao, Wu Yan, Yu Yunxian, and others, they had no choice but to accept it. How did this happen? Why didn't the president take him in? Someone asked. But the answer they received from Yu Qiqiao, Yu Yunxian, and the others was 2 words: don't know. The members of the Constellation Society were disappointed. Wang Ting, who was ranked first on the freshman leaderboard and had conquered the spiritual Hollow Mountain, had inexplicably chosen not to have a master. It was a reality they found hard to accept. Ha ha ha! Upon hearing this news, the members of the Qinyan Society erupted into joyous laughter, reveling in their malicious delight. The relationship between the Qinyan Society and Wang Ting had always been tense. Despite Wang Ting's outstanding performance on the spiritual Hollow Mountain, the fact that he did not have a master now significantly reduced the perceived threat. This was precisely what the members of the spiritual Hollow Mountain wanted to see. A talented individual who doesn't have a master. Let's see how long your arrogance lasts. Juan Banlian sneered with a hint of resentment in her eyes. Now that he doesn't have a master, I do not need to be cautious. It's time to employ those methods, Feng Qinyan said indifferently. Make it quick. I can't wait to see him fall from grace, Juan Banlian added with a cold tone. That fellow doesn't have a master. Shi Tianyun and Shin Yanfeng were elated. During their ascent of the spiritual Hollow Mountain, their performance in the final moments left much to be desired, and many eternal stage martial warriors did not take them as disciples. However, their talents were commendable and eventually, they found 2 eternal stage marquises. If Wang Ting had a master, their current situation wouldn't have mattered much. However, with Wang Ting not having a master, their advantages became more apparent. Perhaps they could now resolve the issue of that contract. Wang Ting didn't acknowledge anyone as his master. Wan Dong and the others blinked. They were still under the influence of the poison, and if Wang Ting had a God-stage martial warrior as his master, they wouldn't dare use other means. However, with Wang Ting not having one, everything changed. Chapter 2194 Wang Ting didn't find a master? The Gathering of the Judges. 2. I will ask for help from a friend who ranks among the top 100 Heaven Stage martial warrior ranking. I don't want to be controlled by poison forever, Cobb declared. Gictor, Wu Cheng, Dong Lei, and the others kept quiet. Their expressions kept changing. Do you still expect him to show mercy? Cobb sneered as he observed their reactions. Cobb, even if he doesn't have a master, our lives are still in his hands. Are you sure it won't be a problem? Wu Cheng asked. If he wants to continue staying in the stellar academies, he needs to learn how to compromise. I don't believe that he can do anything to me in the stellar academies, Cobb said firmly. That's not necessarily true. Considering his personality, do you think he would be afraid? Dong Lei suddenly spoke up. Even if he's not afraid, what does it matter? Although he's a monstrous talent, can he compare to the geniuses on the top 100 list? Cobb huffed disdainfully, then turned and walked away. His voice echoed from a distance, if you want to be his dogs, I won't stop you, but I will never submit. Ridiculous! Wu Cheng and the others' expressions turned sour. Cobb's words were harsh, hitting them directly in their emotional wounds. Wan Dong turned and left silently. I still think we shouldn't act recklessly, Gictor spoke after a moment of silence. I agree. Dong Lei hesitated for a moment and nodded, and I feel there's something suspicious about Wang Ting not having a master. Oh! Gictor and Cobb looked at her in surprise. A woman's sixth sense, Dong Lei said. Gictor. Wu Cheng. The news that Wang Ting didn't have a master spread far and wide, stirring various reactions among the people. Given Wang Ting's immense reputation as the strongest freshman, many eyes were on him. The fact that he didn't have a master was a significant piece of news with far-reaching implications. At the same time, there was another question that intrigued many. Where did Wang Ting go? Since the day he was taken away by the dean on the summit of the spiritual Hollow Mountain, Wang Ting had not reappeared. Since he didn't acknowledge the president as his master, where did he go? This question remained unknown to everyone except the president and the 2 God-stage martial warriors. The Academy Arbitration Association. 7 figures appeared at the highest level of the Arbitration Association. The 7 judges gathered again. And this time, they convened for the same person, Wang Ting. It had to be admitted that since the establishment of the Academy Arbitration Association, Wang Ting was the only new student who could mobilize them in such a way. What brings us all together again? The judge seated in the 3rd chair spoke. Do you remember what happened half a year ago? The 7th judge asked indifferently. Half a year ago? What happened half a year ago? The 4th judge inquired. The freshman named Wang Ting. Initially, we offered him a position as an associate council member, but he rejected it, the seventh judge said casually. Wang Ting. The judges immediately remembered this name. He didn't accept the associate council member position? The fifth judgment smiled with interest. He didn't report to the Academy Arbitration Association half a year ago, the seventh judge stated. He seems to be a tough one. The sixth judge chuckled. If he didn't accept it, then so be it. Why gather us for such matters? Can't the lower ranks handle it? The second judge said indifferently. The issue is that he has now claimed the top spot on the freshman leaderboard and even ascended to the summit of the spiritual hollow mountain, the seventh judge continued. The summit of the spiritual hollow mountain. The rest of the judges were instantly surprised, and their gazes fell on the face of the first judge. Sitting in the first chair, the first judge, who had been resting with closed eyes, suddenly opened his eyes. A peculiar light flashed in his eyes as he looked at the seventh judge. His voice slowly echoed. You say he ascended to the summit of the spiritual hollow mountain? That's right. The seventh judge calmly affirmed. You may not be aware of this as you are not within the Academy, but this matter is widely known among the people of the Seventh Stellar Academy. Intriguing, the first judge murmured to himself. Never thought that after so many years, there would still be someone able to reach the summit of the second judge. The second judge pondered, looking at the first judge. Speaking of which, when you ascended the spiritual hollow mountain back then, did you unravel the mysteries of the mountain? The other judges looked over. They were curious too. I can't say, the first judge said. The other judges were disappointed. After Wang Ting ascended to the summit of the spiritual hollow mountain, he disappeared for a very short period. The seventh judge suddenly dropped a bomb. What? The first judge was about to close his eyes, no longer interested in the matter. However, upon hearing the seventh judge's words, he widened his eyes again. Disappeared. The other judges were equally astonished. Why did he disappear? The third judge asked in surprise. I don't know. The seventh judge looked at the first judge as if expecting to find the answers from him. The first judge furrowed his brow, full of confusion, evidently not knowing the details. Back then, he had only managed to discern some clues and had not truly encountered the phenomenon. It seems that this Wang Ting has an extraordinary fate, the second judge remarked meaningfully after a brief silence. After his return, our president and the two true gods took him away. No one knows where he went. Shortly afterward, news spread from the academy that no one had accepted him as a disciple, the seventh judge explained. No one accepted him as a disciple? The other judges were astounded. Considering Wang Ting's talent, it's impossible for no one to accept him as a disciple. The third judge expressed doubt. That is the most intriguing part of the story, the sixth judge added. I recall that upon reaching the summit of the spiritual hollow mountain, one could enter the Grand Universe Hall and choose a legacy, the second judge mentioned. Indeed. The first judge confirmed. He was the only one who managed to enter the Grand Universe Hall because he reached the peak of the spiritual hollow mountain. It seems that Wang Ting also entered the Grand Universe Hall, the third judge said with a touch of envy. We just don't know what kind of legacy he received. First judge, can you finally reveal what legacy you obtained back then? The second judge inquired. An eternal stage legacy. The first judge replied calmly. An eternal stage legacy. The other judges were taken aback. It appears you were already far ahead of us at that time, the second judge remarked meaningfully, looking at the first judge. What kind of legacy do you think Wang Ting will get? The fourth judge asked. At most, an eternal stage 1. The fifth judge stated. Yes, with his talent, he should be able to obtain an eternal stage legacy. The second judge nodded. So, what do you think of Wang Ting's arrangement? There was a strange look in the seventh judge's eyes as he changed the topic. Are there any other instructions from the Academy's higher-ups? The second judge inquired. Not at the moment, replied the seventh judge. The current issue is how we should handle the placement of Wang Ting, the fourth judge stated. Since the Academy hasn't provided specific instructions, we will stick to the original decision, the fifth judge calmly said. Being an associate council member is sufficient for a new student. That settles it, the seventh judge declared. He didn't deviate from the original decision. The gathering of the 7 judgments to discuss this matter was merely a formality according to the rules of the Academy Arbitration Association. The counselor assessment is approaching, the sixth judge suddenly remarked. With his ability, it's too early for him to participate in the counselor assessment. Let him be a council associate member first, the seventh judge said. Wang Ting doesn't accept the invitation. Forcing him into this role might lead to trouble, the third judge frowned. And many strong individuals from your 7th Stellar Academy are probably keeping an eye on him. This matter is no longer so simple, the second judge added. He's just a freshman. Even if his talent is indeed remarkable, it shouldn't lead the Academy's strong figures to intervene in our affairs at the Academy Arbitration Association. This has never happened before, the fourth judge chuckled. It's hard to say. The second judge shook his head. Since opinions are not unanimous, let's put it to a vote, the third judge proposed. All right. The judges agreed. After a round of voting, the results quickly emerged. Only the first judge opposed, surprising the other judges. The fourth and sixth judge chose to support the decision of the seventh judge, while the rest abstained. In the end, the seventh judge won with 2 votes. Then let's stick to the original decision. The seventh judge's lips curved slightly. The other judges didn't say more, their figures disappearing from their seats. Chapter 2195 Spatial Sight 1. The Grand Universe Hall. In the profound depths of the vast void, a massive silver-white star quietly floated. 3 figures abruptly appeared not far from this star. It's about to end. The president looked at the silver-white star and opened his mouth. I never expected him to obtain a God Stage legacy. The Fire God Stage martial warrior remarked with a complex expression. What's more, it's the legacy of a Space Element God Stage martial warrior. This is the only one in the Grand Universe Hall. The Lightning God Stage martial warrior shook his head and sighed. Stop pretending, you two. We made a bet, and it's time to settle it. The president chuckled. The expressions of the 2 God Stage martial warriors stiffened. They felt a bit frustrated. Since Wang Ting received a God Stage legacy, they lost their bet. Whether it was the 5-colored soil that the Fire God Stage martial warrior took out or the Lightning Tribulation elixir that the Lightning God Stage martial warrior took, they were both rare treasures. It was enough to make the 2 God Stage martial warriors' hearts ache for a long time. The 2 God Stage martial warriors felt a bit reluctant, but they couldn't renege on the bet. In the end, they took out their respective bets and handed them over to the president. Good, good. The president laughed heartily. He was extremely pleased as he accepted the items amidst the somewhat reluctant gazes of the 2 God Stage martial warriors. This kid, why did he have to be so different? The Fire God Stage martial warrior said helplessly. Yeah, he could have just taken an Eternal Stage inheritance. Why such grand ambitions? The Lightning God Stage martial warrior also expressed his frustration. Ha ha ha. The president couldn't help but burst into laughter. It was amusing to see the 2 God Stage powerhouses grumbling about a junior having such exceptional talent. If this were to be known by others, it would undoubtedly be a source of great amusement. While the 3 were conversing, the silver-white star in front of them suddenly trembled, catching their attention. Boom! A thunderous roar echoed as terrifying spatial fluctuations radiated from within the silver-white star. The president and the two God-stage beings remained remarkably composed, standing calmly only tens of meters away from the silver-white star. The intense spatial ripples emanated from the star, sweeping over them, but they were completely unscathed. There was not a hint of disturbance in the space around them. This was the ability of a God-stage martial warrior. With their mastery of space, the feeble force of space couldn't affect the spatial stability around them. Amidst the thunderous sound, the silver-white star slowly contracted. The surface radiance subdued, revealing intricate runes within it. Crack! These runes formed chains, entwining around the black-haired young man at the center. Boom! The next moment, all the runes completely shattered, transforming into a myriad of starlight, vanishing into the void. The radiance of the entire silver-white star also entirely retracted. The black-haired young man within the star finally slowly opened his eyes. Two silver-white beams shot out from his eyes, piercing through the depths of the void. This light was strange, as if it could penetrate space, appearing instantaneously at unimaginable distances. It took a while for the radiance in the young man's eyes to gradually recede. However, his pupils still maintained an extremely peculiar silver-white color, emitting an ultimate sense of coldness and majesty. The two God-stage martial warriors lightly exclaimed, observing Wang Ting's eyes, and their eyes gradually revealed a hint of surprise. His eyes underwent a transformation, allowing him to see through space, the president said. The two God-stage beings nodded. They naturally also saw the clues, and became increasingly astonished. What great fortune! One never expected that the abilities of that space-true god from years ago to pass down in this manner. The fire God-stage martial warrior sighed. For Wang Ting to gain the recognition of this legacy, his space talent must be extraordinary. The lightning God-stage martial warrior remarked. At this moment, Wang Ting's eyes gradually returned to their original state, no longer displaying the previous silver-white color. He looked at the president and the two God-stage martial warriors, slightly stunned. Immediately, he walked over and respectfully saluted. Presidents, elders. Wang Ting, you surprise us. You managed to get the God-stage space legacy. The president stroked his beard and said, You're flattering me. I'm just lucky, Wang Ting replied humbly. I'm not praising you. We saw the entire process of you searching for the legacy. This isn't luck. The president chuckled. Wang Ting scratched his head, looking a bit shy. Ha ha ha. The president and the two God-stage martial warriors burst out laughing when they saw his reaction. Wang Ting, you are indeed outstanding. Among the many geniuses I've encountered, you are undoubtedly the first. The fire God-stage martial warrior patted Wang Ting on the shoulder, sincerely praising him. Wang Ting was genuinely surprised. Ambitious but not reckless. Once you make a choice, you are decisive. To put it simply, not everyone can achieve this. The lightning God-stage martial warrior nodded in agreement. Wang Ting didn't know what to say anymore. He even felt a bit overwhelmed. The president and these two God-stage elders were speaking so kindly, praising him incessantly, making him feel a bit awkward. Wang Ting, do you know what will happen if you hesitate when you see the God-stage legacy? The president asked. There wasn't much time left. If I had hesitated any longer, I'm afraid I would have missed this legacy, Wang Ting replied. That's right. You were very close to missing it. Just a bit more hesitation, and you would have missed this legacy, the president said. It seems my luck is quite good. Wang Ting couldn't help but feel fortunate. If he had been a little slower at that time, he might have truly missed out on this legacy. Chapter 2196, Spatial Sight. 2. In this regard, you do have quite good luck. The president chuckled. Wang Ting grinned. He felt like the president was unusually happy. His smile was exceptionally bright. Let's go. Since you've obtained the legacy, it's time to leave, the president said. Before Wang Ting could react, he felt a sudden blur, and in an instant, he disappeared from where he stood. Almost instantly, he found himself standing on solid ground. The scene before him was none other than the square of the Grand Universe Hall. Wang Ting's eyes showed surprise. The true god's methods were truly incredible. This teleportation speed was even faster than his. Wang Ting, although we haven't taken you as a disciple, if you encounter any problems in your cultivation or troubles you can't solve, you can come to us. The president's voice echoed in Wang Ting's ears, but there was no sign of the president himself. Wang Ting looked around. The president and the two god stage beings had quietly left without him noticing. The president's voice dissipated gradually, and Wang Ting, with a slight joy in his heart, bowed toward the sky. To receive such a promise from the president indicated that his master held quite a bit of weight. Wang Ting didn't know that he helped the president to win the bet against the other two god stage beings. That was why he was elated and offered him help. Of course, one of the reasons was because they had high hopes for Wang Ting. As a member of the Stellar Academies, they naturally hoped that Wang Ting could go even further. Without lingering any further, Wang Ting left the Grand Universe Hall Square. The place was now empty. Everyone had left, and the Grand Disciple Acceptance ceremony had long concluded. It was somewhat nostalgic. Among the strong individuals of the Stellar Academies, he was the only one who hadn't taken a master, and instead, he found a master from an unknown origin. After leaving the square, Wang Ting took out his universe-level spacecraft and flew toward the residence area for Cosmos Stage students. In no time, the spaceship returned to Wang Ting's estate. Stepping out of the spaceship, he descended from the sky. Back in the estate, Chao Jiaojiao, upon learning the news, emerged from the cultivation chamber. Has the Grand Disciple Acceptance ceremony ended? She had been alone in the estate, unable to leave, but she could access some information through the internal network. Hence, she knew about the Grand Disciple Acceptance ceremony. It's over. Wang Ting nodded. I saw many people discussing it on the internal network, saying that you don't have a master? Chao Jiaojiao hesitated for a moment and asked. Who said one don't have a master? Wang Ting was surprised. I don't know where it came from at first. Later, a guy named Yuan Mu came out to confirm it, and many people from your Constellation Society also confirmed it, Chao Jiaojiao said. Wang Ting's expression was strange. He asked Roundball to open the internal network and check some of the information. He couldn't help but find it amusing. It turned out that these people thought he didn't have a master. He even saw quite a few sarcastic comments. It seemed that many people were very pleased about the fact that he didn't have a master. Unfortunately for them, they were destined for disappointment. Wang Ting couldn't help but stroke his chin, a wicked curve forming at the corner of his mouth. He had no intention of clarifying the situation. He would let these people continue to misunderstand. Observing his expression, Chao Jiaojiao instantly knew that Wang Ting definitely had a master, and the master he chose wasn't ordinary. Those people were in for an unpleasant surprise. Your cultivation has improved quite a bit, Wang Ting remarked, looking at Chao Jiaojiao. Yeah, Chao Jiaojiao nodded. The Stellar Academies had an abundance of forces, making it very conducive to cultivation. Even though she couldn't leave the estate, practicing here was much easier than outside. Well done. Keep up the good work. Wang Ting praised, then headed towards the house. A hint of joy involuntarily appeared in Chao Jiaojiao's eyes, even though she didn't realize it. Pleased by Wang Ting's praise, a trace of excitement unknowingly fluttered in her heart. I'm exhausted. Come and serve me for a bath, Wang Ting said. Chao Jiaojiao's pretty face immediately stiffened. Skip 5,000 words here. When Wang Ting walked out of the bathroom, he felt refreshed, and much of the fatigue that had clung to his body had dissipated. The Grand Disciple Acceptance ceremony was an exhausting experience for him. Climbing 2 mountains consecutively, both physically and mentally, imposed a significant burden. Even during the ascent of the second mountain, his spirit had nearly reached the point of collapse. After that, he was brought to the Grand Universe Hall to choose his legacy. To get more attributes, he searched for all kinds of legacy without stopping. He almost died from exhaustion. Fortunately, the harvest this time was extremely abundant. His hard work had not been in vain. Entering the cultivation room, Wang Ting sat cross-legged, prepared to take stock of this fruitful journey. First and foremost, he had gained a master. This master seemed to be a super powerhouse, but the extent of their strength remained unclear to him. Wang Ting took out the token his master gave him and scrutinized it. The patterns on it were extremely peculiar, but he couldn't discern their meaning. Helplessly, he put it away. Too bad one can't speak to him anymore, Wang Ting said dejectedly. He then stroked his chin and continued, but it's still good. With the president and the others, even if it's not as close as having a personal master, occasionally getting their help should be fine. I need to strike a balance and not be too presumptuous. Sigh, after all, they're not my masters. Wang Ting sighed uncontrollably. Afterward, he stopped dwelling on it and turned his attention to himself. Compared to external forces, his own strength was the most crucial. Redirecting his thoughts, he glanced at the attributes board, and a slight smile formed at the corners of his mouth. Chapter 2197, Spatial Sight. 3. The 3 origins of universe his master gave him pushed him to the limit of the cosmos stage. This was an unimaginable benefit. Without his master's assistance, he would have to think of a way to reach his limit when he broke through in the future. Doing so would undoubtedly increase the difficulty significantly. The origin of universe was incredibly precious. It was refined from a destroyed universe in the cosmic uncharted. If it were not for his master, Wang Ting would probably find it very difficult to obtain such treasures. In addition, he acquired various legacies in the Grand Universe Hall, including nearly a complete set of Cosmos Stage star formula scriptures. Wang Ting closed his eyes, and the scriptures immediately appeared in his mind for comparison. He found that these scriptures could indeed be integrated. However, this integration was different from his Chaos Constellation scripture. It wasn't a complete fusion. Instead, it seemed to form a kind of cycle. Also, this set of scripture seems to have some deficiencies. Wang Ting opened his eyes, a glint of light shimmering in them. He mused to himself, is it lacking a dark force scripture? Hence the discontinuity when reaching the light force scripture? Wang Ting's mastery of forces was too comprehensive, allowing him to notice the issue at a glance. Normal martial warriors might not notice this problem. Of course, for an ordinary martial warrior, the integration of this set of scriptures was unnecessary. At most, it could serve as a foundation for cultivating multiple forces simultaneously. However, this scripture provided many insights for Wang Ting and was quite helpful for him in creating the Heaven Stage Chaos Constellation scripture. If I can create the star dark formula, could it compensate for the shortcomings in this star formula scripture? Wang Ting pondered, unable to suppress a laugh. After all, he was not the predecessor who created this set of star formula scripture. It wasn't so easy to create a dark attribute scripture rooted in the same origin as this one, based on the foundations laid by his predecessors. This idea was somewhat wishful thinking. Shaking his head, Wang Ting shifted his gaze to the gains from the Space Legacy. Space God Stage Legacy. It was the last inheritance Wang Ting obtained, bringing him immense benefits beyond imagination. First, there was the rise in his space physique. After obtaining this inheritance, the power within greatly benefited his space physique, significantly advancing its capabilities. Space physique. 1200/500000, 5th rank, 5th rank. Wang Ting's space physique, initially at the 4th rank, had now ascended to the 5th rank. It rose by 1 rank. He felt that his perception of spatial power had become more sensitive, achieving a deeper resonance with spatial forces. Moreover, he found it easier to comprehend the laws of space. Wang Ting extended his hand, strands of spatial power emerging around his fingers. They swiftly spun, forming a small spatial vortex that distorted the surrounding space. A dark, spatial portal appeared. It feels quite effortless. Wang Ting smiled faintly. The prowess of the 5th rank space physique was indeed remarkable. With his current mastery of spatial power, he might not even need to worry about the spatial restrictions imposed by universe-stage martial warriors. He could break through them. Next, he glanced at another attribute, and a surge of ecstasy welled up within him. Spatial sight, 1000/10,000 real stage. This was an ability he acquired from the legacy, somewhat akin to space physique, representing another facet of his spatial talent. However, this talent manifested in his eyes. Spatial sight possessed various abilities, with the simplest being the power to unleash spatial attacks through the eyes. Taking advantage of the element of surprise, it could emit a powerful spatial light wave, demonstrating formidable destructive capabilities that few could withstand. This seemed to be an excellent way to sneak an attack on someone. Moreover, it had other capabilities, such as teleportation. By focusing attention on an object, it could initiate spatial transfers. The transferred objects were not limited to lifeless ones. In critical moments, this move could be used to create unexpected troubles for enemies. For example, during a battle, suddenly shifting an opponent's teammate into the line of their attacks would make others bear the damage. He felt a little excited just thinking about it. But why did he always think about these sneaky tactics? Wang Ting felt a bit speechless. Shaking his head, he thought about other potential uses. This move seemed like it could also be employed for rescue purposes. Yes, rescuing. When a companion faced danger, this technique could be used to shift them out of harm's way. Chapter 2198. My situation is special. 1. What? Wang Ting nodded, feeling quite clever. He could use his abilities for both deceptive and altruistic purposes, pushing his capabilities to the extreme. At this moment, his hands felt a bit itchy, no, his eyes felt a bit itchy. He activated spatial sight and a radiant silver light flashed. His irises transformed into a dazzling silver hue. With spatial power circulating within him, his gaze fell upon several objects in the corner of the cultivation room. Swoosh! Those objects instantly vanished from their original positions. Well, half of them disappeared. The other half remained in place. The separated interface was smooth and flat. Wang Ting's expression turned slightly awkward. It was his first time using it, and he hadn't quite mastered it. Fortunately, it wasn't a human undergoing the experiment. Otherwise, the person would be split into two. It was quite terrifying to imagine. It seemed like this innate ability needed more experimentation. Failing at a critical moment would be embarrassing. Well, he should find some enemies to test it out on at some point. Then, he gathered ice force in his palm, forming an icy mirror, and checked his eyes. Oh my, how did I end up looking like this? Wang Ting was surprised as he observed his pupils. When he activated his real eye, at most, his eyes gained a golden glow. However, with spatial sight, his entire pupils turned silver white, altering his entire aura. He carefully observed his eyes. The transformation was not just a simple shift to silver white but resembled diamonds with a facet-like structure, incredibly dazzling and brilliant. It looked extraordinarily strange, unlike human pupils. TSK, my eyes are getting weirder and weirder. Wang Ting couldn't help but click his tongue in amazement. Besides the aforementioned two functions, The spatial sight had another magical ability: space opening. As the name suggested, he could open an independent space within the eyes, which could be used for storage and even concealing a person within it. It was an excellent method for escaping. However, when facing an extremely powerful opponent with a highly sensitive spatial perception, escaping might not be feasible. This ability was somewhat similar to the principles of space fragment and the small world of universe stage martial warriors. The only difference was the location of the space. One was within the body and the other was within the eyeballs. Opening a space within the eyeballs, even with the talent of spatial sight, was extremely risky. One small mistake and the eyes could explode into goo. The size of the space opened by spatial sight is related to the space power. With my current 5th rank space physique, I should be able to open a relatively sizable space. Wang Ting muttered to himself. Fortunately, one obtained the legacy, greatly enhancing my mastery of spatial power. I should be able to open a space smoothly. He decided to give it a try since having an additional open space would undoubtedly be beneficial. Wang Ting closed his eyes and reviewed the insights left by the True God Stage legacy regarding opening space. These were the experiences of that God Stage entity in opening space initially, saving him a lot of trouble and potential danger. After a moment, Wang Ting took a deep breath. He mobilized the spatial power within his body, slowly channeling it towards his eyes. The spatial power circulated within his eyes, allowing them to adapt to the presence of spatial power. He then gradually increased the concentration of spatial power within his eyes until they felt saturated. This preparation step took several hours. The eyes were delicate, and even though Wang Ting's eyes possessed various abilities, making them much stronger than an ordinary person's, they were still one of the most vulnerable parts of the body. Thus, he dared not take any risks. Once prepared, Wang Ting steeled himself and forcefully directed the spatial power within his eyes toward a specific point. Boom! A thunderous sound echoed, accompanied by intense pain. Wang Ting's eyes involuntarily shed tears of blood. What the heck? Wang Ting couldn't help but curse. It was way more painful than he expected. The legacy didn't mention that. However, at this moment, he couldn't afford to dwell on the pain. He could only frantically mobilize spatial power and continue to charge towards that focal point. Boom! 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 A series of explosions echoed incessantly, and Wang Ting's eyes were undergoing brutal torment. The excruciating pain almost killed him. He tightly shut his eyes, and his eyelids trembled incessantly. Blood tears flowed, nearly flooding his cheeks. It was a tragic sight. Time passed slowly. The cultivation room turned silent. At some point, Wang Ting's eyes stopped shedding blood tears, and his eyelids ceased their trembling as if the intense pain had subsided. This is so painful. Wang Ting slowly opened his eyes, gritting his teeth. The silver-white irises even showed a hint of bloody red. But soon a smile appeared on his face, followed by hearty laughter. Success! Wang Ting was in high spirits. The process went much smoother than he had imagined. Although he endured significant pain in the middle, the outcome was positive, and no unexpected issues arose. In the next moment, his figure vanished from the original spot, reappearing in another spatial realm. What's this? Round Ball materialized on the side, scrutinizing the surroundings in astonishment. Did you create a space with your spatial sight? That's right. Wang Ting nodded and sized up his surroundings. This newly created space was much smaller than his space fragment, almost only 1% of their size. Nevertheless, Wang Ting was very satisfied. Chapter 2199. My situation is special. 2. He had an extra space. What more could he ask for? Besides, this space fragment could continue growing, and it's not fixed in its current size. There was no need to worry about it being too small. Did you get this ability from the legacy? One round ball asked. It was present when Wang Ting received the legacy. However, RHE President and the two God Stage martial warriors were present, so it didn't dare to appear. Hence, it knew clearly that Wang Ting had obtained RHE legacy. He didn't expect the God Stage space legacy to be so amazing, granting Wang Ting a unique innate ability. Well, yes, but it's also because one possessed the space physique. Otherwise, one wouldn't be able to activate the spatial sight, Wang Ting explained. Round Ball nodded, acknowledging RHE rarity of space talent. It was not something one could attain solely through a legacy. Wang Ting's ability to activate the spatial sight likely stemmed from his innate space talent. In this light, everything began to make sense. I didn't know that the spatial sight is so amazing. Round Ball exclaimed, your talent is becoming increasingly formidable. There's no strongest, only stronger. You'll realize that what one have now is just the beginning, Wang Ting remarked. You're something. Round Ball rolled its eyes. Space physique was already considered one of the top talents in the universe. Anything stronger would seemingly transcend the cosmos. However, it didn't bother to argue. The more it contested, the more enthusiastic Wang Ting became. It wasn't going to give him the satisfaction. With this spatial ability, I need to rely on space fragments everywhere. Those fragments are my secret garden, not to be accessed by just anyone, Wang Ting explained. You've cultivated so many precious herbs in your space fragment. It would be a pity if they were accidentally destroyed, Round Ball remarked. Indeed, Wang Ting nodded. He and Round Ball then exited the space. Wang Ting was extremely satisfied with RHE 3 abilities of RHE Spatial Sight. The convenience of using them with just a glance was beyond comparison. Was there a talent or skill more convenient and user-friendly than this? In addition to the enhancements in space physique and spatial sight, Wang Ting gained numerous scriptures, battle techniques, and insights into the origins and domains from the God Stage Space Element Legacy. Wang Ting was surprised by the scripture. The God Slayer Sword Scripture. That's right, the scripture he received in the Legacy was the God Slayer Sword Scripture he received when he climbed the stairs in the Great Qian Empire. This revelation led Wang Ting to entertain some speculations. Could there be some connection between the ancestor of the Great Qian Empire and the Stellar Academies? God Slayer Sword Scripture. First stance Slaying God 6000/10,000 Foundation. God Slayer Sword Scripture. Second stance Void Shatter 5000/10,000 Foundation. The Godseer Sword Scripture consisted of a total of 9 forms, with Wang Ting having previously mastered the first form, Slaying God. Now, within the Legacy, he gained unexpected joy by comprehending the second form, Void Shatter. After all, if left to Wang Ting's own devices, it would require a considerable amount of time to gradually comprehend. As splendid as God's scriptures were, they weren't easily cultivated. Many geniuses, upon obtaining a God scripture, would spend a lifetime contemplating it, and even then, understanding it fully was not guaranteed. The name of the second form, Void Shatter, may not resonate as loudly as the first, but its power was not to be underestimated. With a single sword strike, the fabric of space shattered, leaving the opponent with nowhere to hide. If struck, the enemy, along with the space they occupied, would utterly disintegrate, a truly terrifying prospect. Wang Ting nodded. This technique was undoubtedly a killer move and the strongest among all the divine skills he currently possessed. Even the fourth sword of the 12 swords of Tyrant and the third move of the God Slayer Sword Scripture might not be his match. With this move, Wang Ting now held an ace of overwhelming strength. Even without using his endless tornado, this technique alone could contend with many opponents far beyond Wang Ting's current capabilities. Next, Wang Ting looked at the space domain and the origin of space attribute. These two attributes increased tremendously. Space domain, 1200/5000 5th rank, 600/2000 second rank actualization phase, origin of space. 6550/10,000 first rank. His space domain rose from the 4th rank to the 5th rank. It rose by a level, but its power was many times stronger. A 5th rank space domain was almost on par with a 6th rank or 7th rank 5-element domain. Wang Ting was pleasantly surprised that his space domain had reached the actualization phase 2. What's more, it was at the 2nd rank. The comprehension of the actualization phase meant that Wang Ting had taken another step forward in the space domain, enhancing the potency he could unleash. The power of laws of origin also experienced a considerable boost. Initially hovering around a modest 1,000 to nearly 2,000 points, it now surpassed 6,500 points, inching closer to the pinnacle and not far from breaking through the 2nd rank. It was worth noting that the laws of the origin of space were more challenging to comprehend compared to other law forces. The significant improvement this time was a clear advantage gained from the legacy of the true God. Indeed, he had struck it big this time. Choosing a God stage legacy was undoubtedly the correct decision. Wang Ting couldn't help but marvel at the wisdom of his choice. Fortune favors the bold. This legacy came without any inherent danger, and if he couldn't dare to risk such an opportunity, then he might as well be squandering it. In the future, encountering situations with immense peril but accompanied by tremendous opportunities, would he not be even more cautious? The benefits of a God stage legacy were apparent. In the end, RHE last acquisition that left Wang Ting quite satisfied was the attribute of the spiritual hollow mountain. In Wang Ting's eyes, this attribute was not inferior to an ordinary God stage legacy. Wang Ting mastered the art of constructing the spiritual hollow mountain, making it an excellent choice whether for forging weapons or employing it directly as a spiritual assault. Regardless of the chosen application, the construction of the spiritual hollow mountain was no simple task. However, when Wang Ting ascended the spiritual hollow mountain, he had already collected all RHE runes on its surface. He now possessed complete knowledge of all the runes associated with the spiritual hollow mountain. With his proficiency in handling it, he could easily construct it with a bit of time. This was not an insurmountable task. Speaking of which, if one used the spiritual hollow mountain RO forge weapons, it doesn't necessarily have to be shaped like a mountain, right? Wang Ting stroked his chin, silently contemplating. The outward appearance shouldn't have too much influence. As a blacksmith with his own thoughts, Wang Ting believed that aesthetics were merely superficial. Previously, he had transformed the thunder seal into the lightning slap. Who knows? Maybe this time he could turn the spiritual hollow mountain into the spiritual hollow slap. However, for now it was just a passing thought. The materials needed to forge the spiritual hollow mountain were highly specialized, requiring various attributes to meet specific criteria. A simple lightning attribute wouldn't suffice. When Wang Ting forged the lightning slap, aside from the main material, the dark weight luminary gold, he also used various lightning-attributed materials. The materials required for the spiritual hollow mountain were even more complex and unexpected. Wang Ting planned to visit the Academy's mountain forging section later to see if he could exchange the necessary materials. Apart from these significant gains, there isn't much else to mention, just some scattered scriptures, battle techniques, and domains. There was no need to dwell on those. Wang Ting let out a faint sigh, feeling quite content. Wang Ting, Yu Qiqiao, and the others are looking for you. At that moment, Round Ball's voice came through. Looking for me? Wang Ting paused for a moment, then smiled. Seems like it's about the disciple matter. Probably, everyone is quite concerned about you, Round Ball remarked. Let them in. I'll be waiting for them in the living room, Wang Ting said as he walked out of the cultivation room. All right. Round Ball opened the gate through the estate's intelligence system, allowing Yu Qiqiao and the others to enter. When Wang Ting came to the living room, Yu Qiqiao, Yu Yunxian, Borat, and the other talents who joined later, including Wu Yan, Tai Beisha, Baichuan Lu, and many others, came too. Please sit. Wang Ting smiled and gestured for everyone to take a seat. He then asked, Have all of you found a master? We've all found masters. What about you? Yu Qiqiao furrowed her brow. As the president of the Constellation Society, whether or not Wang Ting had found a master was of great significance. My situation is a bit special. Don't worry about me, Wang Ting replied with a casual smile. Really? Yu Qiqiao asked. Wu Yan, Tai Beisha, and the others looked at him in surprise. A special situation? How special was it? Chapter 2200. A terrifying number of materials. The Academy Arbitration Association Assessment. 1. Of course, Wang Ting said, feeling a bit amused as Yu Qiqiao still seemed somewhat skeptical. Why didn't any strong individuals from our academy take you as their disciple? Borat couldn't help but ask. It's hard to say, Wang Ting replied. Does it have something to do with your disappearance at the top of the spiritual hollow mountain? Wu Yan suddenly spoke up. Didn't expect you to be quite clever. Wang Ting glanced at him, chuckling. Wu Yan was speechless. What do you mean by, didn't expect? Did you think I was stupid? Others were also curious. Did his disappearance at the top of the spiritual hollow mountain have something to do with it? After you disappeared at the top of the spiritual hollow mountain, where did you go? Yu Qiqiao couldn't help but ask. It's not something one can disclose. Wang Ting adopted a mysterious expression, shaking his head. Everyone was speechless, but there was nothing they could do. If Wang Ting didn't want to say, they couldn't press him further. It seems we worried for nothing. You must have had some other fortuitous encounter. Yu Qiqiao looked at Wang Ting, her eyes flickering. Wang Ting smiled. Do we need to spread this news? Many people outside have heard that you don't have a master, and some are getting restless, Yu Qiqiao said. No need to spread it. Let it be like this, Wang Ting pondered for a moment and replied. All right, Yu Qiqiao nodded. She naturally followed Wang Ting's decision on this matter. With the assurance that everything was fine on Wang Ting's end, the atmosphere relaxed, and the group began to engage in casual conversation. Wang Ting learned about their disciple situations from the others. These talents had chosen excellent mentors. Wu Yan, Tai Beisha, Baichuan Lu, and Borat all had eternal stage rulers as their masters, and the caliber of their mentors was top-notch. Yu Qiqiao, Wade, and the others had acknowledged eternal stage martial warriors as their masters so they could receive good guidance too. Yuan Mu has an eternal stage ruler as his master? Wang Ting was surprised. He found it unexpected that with Yuan Mu's talent, there wasn't a true god willing to take him as a disciple. Yes, Yu Qiqiao nodded and explained, several eternal stage rulers were vying to take him as their disciple, but no true god stepped forward. In the end, Yuan Mu could only choose one eternal stage ruler as his master. You should have seen his dissatisfied look at that time. Wade grinned. Oh? How dissatisfied was he? Wang Ting laughed. He practically had it written on his face. But if he doesn't relent, those eternal stage rulers might not be willing to take him as a disciple in the end, Wade said. With his pride, he probably never thought about taking an eternal stage ruler as his master. Too bad things didn't go as he wished, Wang Ting commented. It's probably because of his poor performance in the end. The true gods want not only talent but also a good character. Yuan Mu is too proud, Yu Yunxian spoke up. Yeah, when true gods take disciples, having talent alone isn't enough. The character also needs to be exceptional. Yuan Mu is too arrogant, Wu Yan nodded and added, but this way we don't have to fear him. We also have eternal stage rulers as our masters. Who knows who will have the last laugh in the end? As the conversation came to an end, Wu Yan couldn't help but cast a glance at Wang Ting. This guy remained an enigma. Wu Yan couldn't discern what opportunities he had truly gained in the end. For some reason, having an eternal stage ruler as his master didn't give Wu Yan any sense of superiority. Before long, everyone departed. They had their cultivation plans and couldn't afford to waste time. Wu Yan remained obedient. After losing to Wu Yan on the spiritual Hollow Mountain, he joined the Constellation Society willingly without any complaints or resentment. However, when Wang Ting heard that Wan Dong and the others did not join the Constellation Society, he sneered. It seemed these people were still not being honest. Nevertheless, Wang Ting wasn't in a hurry to deal with them. In the future, they would naturally realize the meaning of regret. Wang Ting was extremely confident in the demon lotus poison he had planted. Unless an eternal stage powerhouse intervened, it was impossible to completely eradicate it. Instead of returning to the cultivation room, Wang Ting contemplated for a moment and then took out his spacecraft. He headed for the Smithery volcano. The Smithery volcano was the volcano used by the Academy's blacksmiths for refining. It was not far from the Alchemy volcano. You could say that they were within the same region. The spaceship quickly arrived at the Smithery volcano, and Wang Ting walked out from the spacecraft, descending towards the destination. The Smithery volcano was designed similarly to the Alchemy volcano. Halfway up the mountain, there was a grand hall responsible for handling various affairs. The usage rights for the volcanoes were divided based on the blacksmith's level, numbered from 1 to 9. The first 3 volcanoes were designated for blacksmiths below the master level, while the 4th to 6th were available for grandmaster blacksmith. Considering Wang Ting's current blacksmithing proficiency, which had essentially reached the later stages of the grandmaster level, he directly descended to the 6th Smithery volcano. He then headed towards the administrative grand hall halfway up the mountain. Many people recognized Wang Ting. After the Grand Disciple Acceptance ceremony, he became quite famous. Almost everywhere he went, people recognized him. His reputation was not inferior to those long-established geniuses within the Academy. Upon seeing Wang Ting, many were surprised, wondering why he had come to the Smithery volcano. Was he here to have weapons forged? It wasn't impossible. Many warriors sought skilled blacksmiths here to craft custom weapons. Before he entered the Grand Hall, a burly young man, accompanied by several others, walked out. Upon spotting Wang Ting, he momentarily froze and then his eyes lit up. Junior brother Wang Ting. Who are you? Wang Ting looked at the muscular young man in front of him and asked curiously. Chapter 2201 A Terrifying Number of Materials. The Academy Arbitration Association Assessment. 2. This is Senior Brother Wu Xin, a 6th-level Grandmaster Blacksmith. He's a genius from our Smithery volcano. Before the burly young man could speak, someone behind him preemptively introduced. 6th-level Grandmaster. Wang Ting looked at the burly young man in astonishment. Despite appearing relatively young, he was a 6th-level Grandmaster Blacksmith. It's Senior Wu Xin. That genius blacksmith. I heard he reached 6th Grandmaster level only a few years after entering the Grandmaster level. Last time, one of our senior sisters on the top 100 universe stage martial warriors ranking specifically asked for Senior Brother Wu Xin's help in forging a weapon. He ended up crafting a Grandmaster 7th level battle sword and attracted a lightning calamity. The spectacle was truly magnificent. I know about this. At first, that senior sister only wanted a 6th rank Grandmaster level battle sword. In the end, Senior Brother Wu Xin managed to forge a 7th rank Grandmaster level 1. The senior sister was almost moved to tears. That's right, moved to tears. Senior Brother Wu Xin's talent in blacksmithing is truly remarkable. The discussions around him heightened Wang Ting's astonishment. The burly young man before him was indeed a genius capable of forging weapons of superior quality, a truly rare find. Senior Wu Xin, Why are you looking for me? Wang Ting asked. If you're here for weapon forging, I can take care of it for you, Wu Shen said with a smile. He was present during the Grand Disciple Acceptance ceremony. A talent like Wang Ting was an excellent candidate for him to pull over. Hearing that Wu Shen was willingly offering to forge a weapon for Wang Ting, envy filled the hearts of the onlookers. Even if they were willing to pay a significant price, they might not be able to enlist Wu Shen's services. Geniuses like him usually only served other exceptional talents or powerful individuals. Wang Ting found it a bit amusing. Someone was unexpectedly offering to forge a weapon for him. This was a complete misunderstanding. What's the matter, junior brother? Is there anything inconvenient for you? Wu Shen inquired. It's not that. I'm here today not for forging. I just want to see if they have some specific materials I need, Wang Ting explained. No worries about that. We have all sorts of materials here at the Smithery volcano. Follow me, Wu Shen said with a hearty laugh. He assumed that Wang Ting wasn't familiar with the Smithery volcano's resources and the abundance of precious metals available for purchase with sufficient points. Wang Ting didn't doubt Wang Ting's spending capacity, so he led him into the administrative grand hall. Wang Ting shook his head and smiled, following the overly enthusiastic senior into the grand hall and approaching the counter. Hey, Ragaina, I brought a big client for you. Wu Shen lounged on the counter, addressing the curvaceous woman behind it. Wu Shen, get as far away from me as you can. I don't have time to entertain you, the voluptuous woman retorted, rolling her eyes without a trace of friendliness. Wu Shen scratched his head and said, This time, I'm not joking. This is Wang Ting. You should know him. He's here to exchange materials. He stepped aside, revealing Wang Ting behind him. These physique cultivators had incredibly robust bodies, making Wang Ting seem quite petite in comparison. Just now, his figure had been entirely obscured by the towering individuals in front of him, making it impossible for those ahead to see him. Junior Wang Ting. Ragaina's eyes lit up when she saw Wang Ting's figure behind her. She recognized him and finally believed Wu Shen's word. This time, he seemed to have brought someone reliable. Hello, senior sister. I'd like to see if you have these materials. Wang Ting handed her a list. Seeing the dense list of materials, Ragaina was momentarily stunned. Her crimson lips slightly parted. This seemed like an excessive amount. Even Wu Shen, standing nearby, looked stunned. What kind of weapon required such an extensive array of materials? Junior Wang Ting, are you planning to forge numerous kinds of weapons? He inquired. No, just one. Wang Ting replied. One weapon requires this many materials? Wu Shen widened his eyes, wearing an expression that clearly said, Are you kidding me? Having studied smithery for many years, he had never seen a weapon requiring such an extensive array of materials. It contradicted the basic principles of forging. Ragaina, equally bewildered, stared with astonishment. Although this was indeed a significant customer, the list was just too extensive. The densely packed materials listed above made her unsure if she could find everything. Please help me find them. If some are unavailable, just let me know. Wang Ting nodded at Ragaina. Oh, okay. Ragaina regained her composure, looking at him oddly. She stammered a bit. What kind of weapon are you trying to forge? Can you at least give me a hint? Wu Shen couldn't believe there was a weapon in the universe that required this many materials. He couldn't help but ask out of curiosity. It's a secret. Wang Ting chuckled. All right, Wu Shen shrugged, resigned. I was considering helping you forge it, but judging by the quantity of materials, I'm afraid I won't be of much help. No worries. I just want to take a look at the materials for now. This weapon won't be forged anytime soon, Wang Ting said. Seeing his serious expression, Wu Shen started to believe him, but curiosity burned even more intensely in his heart. What kind of weapon required such an abundance of materials? Chapter 2202, A Terrifying Number of Materials. The Academy Arbitration Association Assessment. 3. Wang Ting, your required materials have been checked, and we only have about half of them available here, Ragaina, looking a bit shocked, reported from behind the counter. Such a situation had never occurred before. The Smithery volcano couldn't provide all the necessary materials, and nearly half were unavailable. Only half. Wang Ting frowned, sighing inwardly. He asked, "How many points do I need to exchange for these materials?" "It will require 39 million points," Ragaina replied. "All right, I'll exchange them," Wang Ting said without much hesitation. "Just like that?" Ragaina stared at him, amazed. That was more than 1,000,000 points. Even universe stage martial warriors wouldn't be so wealthy. "Otherwise, should I leave empty-handed after coming all this way?" Wang Ting said casually. "Hurry up." All right. Ragaina nodded hurriedly. However, she hesitated for a moment. What if Wang Ting didn't have enough points? After all, gathering so many materials was no joking matter. Wang Ting noticed her hesitation and asked with a smile, "Do you want to verify if I have enough points?" "No need. I believe you wouldn't bluff me." Ragaina shook her head immediately. She didn't want to offend him by questioning his points. "Ragaina, you underestimated Wang Ting. He set a record on the freshman leaderboard, and the Academy directly rewarded him with 1,000,000 points. He can afford these 29 million points, Wu Shen said, smiling. Ragaina suddenly realized, her eyes sparkling. She nodded and quickly turned to help Wang Ting with the exchange procedure. She mustn't let go of this big client. Other staff around were almost turning red with envy. They couldn't believe such a good opportunity wasn't theirs. Shortly after, a staff member hurriedly arrived and handed a space equipment to Ragaina. Ragaina nodded and quickly walked over to Wang Ting. She said, "Wang Ting, all the materials you need are in here. Please check if you need to count them." "Sure." Wang Ting nodded, letting Round Ball help with the inventory while he followed Ragaina to pay the points. A total of 39 million points were swiped away. Wang Ting felt a bit reluctant. After purchasing these materials, he was left with only 34 million points. Points were indeed not easy to come by. "Are you feeling heartache for spending all the points?" Wu Shen teased upon seeing Wang Ting's expression. "A bit," Wang Ting admitted with a sigh. "But your generosity is impressive. Spending 39 million points for less than half the materials, and there's probably even more needed for the remaining half. I see some main materials are still missing," Wu Shen remarked. Wang Ting winced. "Senior, didn't you say everything is available here?" Wu Shen's expression froze. He felt that he was slapped in the face. He hadn't expected Wang Ting's required materials to be so specialized. They were not common forging materials. The rest of the materials may be available, and if Junior Wang Ting needs them, we can exchange contact information. "I will notify you as soon as there's any news," Ragaina suggested, eagerly looking at Wang Ting. A good customer like him should be developed into a long-term client, especially considering his exceptional talent. Wang Ting agreed and exchanged contact information with Ragaina. After finishing the transaction, he left. "Come back anytime, and if you need anything, just let me know," Wu Shen said. "Thanks, Senior," Wang Ting smiled faintly. Despite the senior's excessive enthusiasm, he seemed like a decent person. The two of them exchanged contact. After exchanging contact information, Wang Ting and Wu Shen parted ways. As Wang Ting was about to board the spacecraft to leave, Round Ball opened a message. "Wang Ting, the Academy Arbitration Committee sent a message. Academy Arbitration Association." Wang Ting was briefly surprised, and as he quickly read the message, a somewhat ambiguous smile appeared on his face. "Did they notify me to participate in the Associate Council Member Promotion Assessment? Do they not know that I have already rejected this Associate Council Member position? Or are they assuming ill go? Chapter 2203. President, you have to help me. 1. Are you going? Round Ball asked curiously. It knew Wang Ting's temperament, and he was not someone to be bullied. The Academy Arbitration Association's actions clearly indicated they did not take his wishes seriously. The meaning was clear. Based on the Academy's request, they granted him the status of an associate council member, whether he liked it or not. This attitude revealed the somewhat overbearing nature of the Academy Arbitration Association. Perhaps over the years, no one had dared to challenge their authority, leading them to assume it was their rightful position. Unfortunately, Wang Ting was not one to cooperate with others or play along. Well, unless the person was his friend. If his friends wanted to show off their power, he didn't mind cooperating with them. If he cooperated now, they would cooperate with him later. However, for unfriendly individuals, the rule was simple. They should stay as far away from him as possible. For Wang Ting, joining the Academy Arbitration Association was an option, not a necessity. After thinking about it, he made a decision. Sure, why not? Wang Ting's eyes twinkled as he smiled. Joining the Academy Arbitration Association is necessary. Am interested in the Stellar Arbitration Council. Joining the Academy Arbitration Association is a prerequisite for entering the Stellar Arbitration Council. I want to deal with the Parker's family, and to do that, I must become a formidable force in the universe. Though that's the case, last time, didn't you say you didn't want to go? Why the change of heart? Round Ball asked curiously. Look at this message. They notified me to participate in the Associate Council Member Promotion Assessment. It seems they have two purposes, Wang Ting replied with a smile. What's the purpose? Round Ball frowned. Isn't it just to make you participate in the assessment? Look at your simple mind. Aren't you an intelligent life form? Wang Ting said disdainfully. Round Ball felt a bit speechless. This guy criticized it at every turn. It had dignity too. What's more, as an intelligent life form, it was more useful in the virtual world. Understanding the complexities of the human mind was not its strong suit. There was simply no basis for comparison. After casually teasing Round Ball, Wang Ting explained, if my guess is correct, one purpose is to attract me and make me willingly accept the status of an associate council member. The other purpose is to show authority and let me know that becoming a counselor is not that easy. Yeah, why did I forget about that? Except for you, the other associate council members should be martial warriors above the heaven stage. The difficulty of this assessment is not low, and they must think you can't pass it. Round Ball suddenly realized and exclaimed, That's right. They assume I won't pass this assessment, Wang Ting said with a glint in his eyes. He chuckled and continued, so, one can't let them have their way. However, one won't participate in the assessment. Instead, it'll go directly to demand the position of counselor. I want this counselor position. How do you plan to do it? Round Ball looked at him with curiosity, wondering what his confident plan was. Help me contact the president, Wang Ting said without elaborating. The president and others had left their contact information before, allowing Wang Ting to reach out to them at any time. Round Ball was puzzled about what Wang Ting was going to do. With a dubious expression, it contacted the president. Soon, the screen lit up and the figure of the president emerged. At the moment, he was in a field full of peculiar spirit flowers and plants. The president held a small piece of soil in his hand and casually scattered it across the field. He had a smile on his face, humming an ancient tune. It was obvious that he was dealing with the five-colored soil he won from the God Stage Fire Element Martial Warrior. His mood was excellent. Seeing Wang Ting, he became even more amiable. What a good kid! While handling his affairs, he asked with a smile, Little one, what brings you to me so quickly? President, you have to help me out, Wang Ting shouted as soon as he saw the president. Roundball was a bit stunned. He had just shown a confident demeanor, but now, he could look so distressed. He changed his expression so quickly. The president looked at him, feeling a bit puzzled at this moment. He asked in surprise, "What happened?" "President, someone bullied me," Wang Ting said. "Who can bully you?" the president asked, a bit incredulous. He knew this guy's strength very well. Ordinary people couldn't bully him at all. Moreover, looking at his appearance now, there was no sign of being bullied. "The Academy Arbitration Association," Wang Ting replied. "What's going on? Tell me." The president seemed to think of something. He furrowed his brows as he asked. "The Academy Arbitration Association has gone too far." Wang Ting exaggerated the situation, pitifully telling the story. "President, you must be aware of the difficulty of the assessment. I'm just a freshman, a mere Cosmos stage warrior. How could one possibly pass? Aren't they just bullying people?" The president's frown deepened. The Academy Arbitration Association did seem to have gone too far. It was no wonder this kid came to him to complain. But then, his expression became a bit strange. A freshman? A mere Cosmos stage martial warrior? How many Cosmos stage warriors are as monstrous as you? If this little guy really participates in the assessment, he might pass it. "President, I've made contributions to our stellar academy. I've worked hard, even if one don't have merits, one have my hardships. One absolutely won't endure this humiliation." Wang Ting sneaked a glance at the president as he continued to plead. Chapter 2204 President, you have to help me. 2. Alright. I know about this, and I'll make sure you get justice, the president said, smiling and shaking his head. He was certain that this little guy was completely pretending, but being genuinely aggrieved was also true. Wang Ting's contributions to the academy were enough to warrant a counselor position. This was just the Academy Arbitration Association, not the Stellar Arbitration Council. If it were the latter, everything would be different. Now, with Wang Ting being suppressed like this, it was evident that there was something fishy within the Academy Arbitration Association. "Really?" Wang Ting's eyes lit up, immediately asking, "Why will I deceive you?" "Just wait for the message," the president said. "Haha, President, you're indeed wise and powerful, able to distinguish what's right and wrong." Wang Ting grinned. "Alright, that's enough. You little rascal." The president chuckled, waving his hand, and the holographic screen disappeared. "Done." Wang Ting comfortably sat in the spacecraft's seat, crossing his legs. Roundball was stunned, not yet recovering from the series of actions Wang Ting had just taken. This was too shameless. Wang Ting's shamelessness once again refreshed its understanding. How could he cry to others without any pressure? Where's his dignity? Where's his dignity? Why, do you think this method is not good? Wang Ting glanced at it and asked. "Well, it's fine," Roundball said. "Then it's settled," Wang Ting smiled. "Now, I just need to wait for the message." Wang Ting returned to his estate on the spacecraft and immediately entered the cultivation chamber to resume his training. Meanwhile, news about the Arbitration Association's assessment for Associate Council members spread among the martial warriors. The Arbitration Association had always been a particularly special entity within the Academy, drawing attention with every move it made. What's more, this was regarding the promotion of Associate Council members. The birth of each counselor would result in a power shift, signifying the emergence of a new influential group. It also implies a change in authority, leading to many martial warriors voluntarily attaching themselves to counselors. This was because becoming a senator within the Arbitration Association opened the gateway to the Stellar Arbitration Council. It was an opportunity to join this prestigious organization. Simultaneously, the list of candidates eligible for the counselor promotion assessment was revealed, and many were astonished by one particular name. Wang Ting. A name that surprised many appeared on the list. People found it inconceivable because, after all, he was still a freshman. How could he become an associate council member? The promotion of the associate council member has started. Wang Ting's name is among them. After some time, Yu Qiqiao and the others heard the news and wanted to contact Wang Ting. They knew half a year ago that the Academy Arbitration Association had granted Wang Ting the status of an associate council member. In other words, as long as he acknowledged this identity, he would be qualified to participate in the associate council member's promotion assessment. But back then, Wang Ting refused. He didn't even go to report. Now, would he go? People like Yu Qiqiao still hoped that Wang Ting would go because once he became a counselor, those who followed him would also receive significant benefits. Even if it was just acknowledging the identity of an associate council member, it was fine. After all, they were fighting for the future, not the present. The main members of the Constellation Society gathered to discuss this matter. Wang Ting is an associate council member of the Academy Arbitration Association? Baichuan Lu, Tai Beisha, and the others looked at Yu Qiqiao in astonishment. Although many insiders knew that Wang Ting had received the notice of appointment as an associate council member from the Academy Arbitration Association 6 months ago, those were people with connections within the Academy Arbitration Association. Baichuan Lu, Tai Beisha, and others didn't know about it, so they were still unaware of this matter. Yes, Yu Qiqiao nodded. Many people knew about this, so there was no need to hide it. Moreover, since it involved Wang Ting, she guessed that it wasn't that simple, which was why she contacted everyone to discuss it together. Why did he refuse? Tai Beisha wondered. Yu Qiqiao briefly explained the cause and effect of the matter. If it were me, even if I experienced some unfair treatment, I'm afraid I would accept it. After all, this is the status of an associate council member. Although it may not be possible to be promoted now, once I reach the heaven stage, there is a good chance of becoming a counselor. Wu Yen smiled bitterly. Wang Ting is different from us. Reynolds shook his head. People are different, and it's exasperating, Baichuan Lu said indifferently. Shall we ask him directly? Yu Qiqiao asked. It's better to ask him directly. Others can't decide for him in this matter. Yu Yunxian spoke up. You're right. Yu Qiqiao sighed. She turned on her wristwatch and contacted Wang Ting. The communication was promptly established, and Wang Ting appeared on the screen, smiling. Is it about the Arbitration Association? It seems you already know, Yu Qiqiao said. I obtained the message a long time ago. You don't need to worry about this. I've already resolved it, and there will be news soon. It's already resolved. Yu Qiqiao and the others were stunned. They were still worrying about it, and Wang Ting had already solved it. This was quite fast. Yes, there should be results in a few days, Wang Ting said. How did you resolve it? Yu Qiqiao asked. Confidential. Confidential. Wang Ting cleared his throat and said, Why are you being so secretive? Yu Qiqiao was speechless. Then she asked, Can you still join the Arbitration Association? Yes. Wang Ting nodded. And not just an associate council member. Yu Qiqiao and the others instantly showed surprise on their faces. If he wasn't an associate council member, he couldn't be an ordinary Arbitration Association member. There was only one possibility, counselor. They widened their gaze in disbelief. Would he become a counselor? As everyone knew, becoming a counselor in the Academy Arbitration Association was extremely difficult. It required multiple selections and assessments, with a significant number of candidates failing to pass. Otherwise, the Academy Arbitration Association wouldn't have used this to block Wang Ting's promotion. Now Wang Ting casually told them that he was about to enter the Academy Arbitration Association, and there was a high possibility of becoming a counselor. Who could believe that? You're going to become a counselor? Wu Yen asked. You should understand in a few days. Wang Ting didn't directly answer. Wu Yen and the others gritted their teeth. Why are you leaving someone hanging? Couldn't he satisfy their curiosity? Wang Ting didn't say much more. He exchanged a few words with them, and then ended the communication, leaving Yu Qiqiao and the others bewildered. They smiled bitterly. This guy is infuriating, Yu Qiqiao stated helplessly. Speaking of it, if the boss becomes a counselor in the Academy Arbitration Association, we can do whatever we want in the academy. Wade suddenly sniggered. Come on, even if he becomes a counselor, there will be many constraints, and even more people will be watching him. There's no room for the slightest mistake, Yu Qiqiao retorted with an eye roll. I was just talking. Wade scratched his head awkwardly. But it's indeed a good thing. Yu Qiqiao smiled again and said, if he can become a counselor, we can get a lot of conveniences. How did he manage to become a counselor so quickly? Wu Yen questioned somewhat enviously. Who knows? Yu Qiqiao shrugged. Don't envy him. There's only one Wang Ting in the 7 stellar academies for so many years. You can't envy that. Reynolds patted him on the shoulder and laughed. I'm not envious, Wu Yen stated with a slight pout, but it was evident that he was not sincere. Everyone teased him. In fact, when it came to envy, they were not exempt. Wang Ting actually made it to the assessment list. Feng Qingjian's expression changed slightly when he heard this news. The reason he dared to act recklessly against Wang Ting initially was because he believed that Wang Ting had been blacklisted by the Academy Arbitration Association and wasn't favored by the 7 judges. But now, seeing Wang Ting appear on the assessment list again, it meant that Wang Ting's associate council member was unchangeable. Even the 7 judges had to admit that Wang Ting was an associate council member. He couldn't accept this. Back then, he didn't enter the Academy Arbitration Association because he didn't like relying on others, and he eventually founded the Qinyan Society. Wang Ting founded the Constellation Society himself and made it prominent. Now, he was about to join the Academy Arbitration Association and become an associate council member. The comparison made him, who was at the peak of the universe stage, a little jealous of Wang Ting. Chapter 2205. What do you want to do to Counselor Wang Ting? 1. In the vast cosmos, with billions of trillions of stars. Here, the existence of any peculiar celestial body was possible. Even eternal stage martial warriors might not know about it. In the vast expanse of the universe, in a remote corner, a silver-white star quietly floats in the void. There are no other stars around, only endless cosmic dust drifting. This planet hovers alone, radiating light like a lone ranger in the universe. There was no sign of life on this planet, only some peculiar metals emitting a silver-white glow. The radiance comes from these exotic metals. If a powerful being were present, they would notice that these peculiar metals emit a special fluctuation as if it were a very unique energy. What no one knew was that within the stellar core of this planet, a figure with silver-white long hair sits quietly in a cross-legged position, absorbing the peculiar energy from the planet. This person emitted a faint fluorescence, making his facial features indiscernible. Upon closer observation, one would notice several acupoints on his body emitting dazzling light, and it was through these acupoints that the peculiar energy entered his body. At a certain moment, the person slowly opened his eyes. The indifferent gaze resembled 2 celestial bodies, making it impossible for others to look directly at him. He lowered his head to look at the wristwatch in his hand, where a message was displayed. Boom! After reading the message, a terrifying aura suddenly erupted from within him, causing the dense energy in the stellar core to ripple. The entire planet trembled as if it was on the verge of collapse. After a moment, he sent out a message. His expression remained unchanged as he slowly closed his eyes, seemingly indifferent to external matters. It was as if nothing could disturb his cultivation. The planet, situated in the depths of the cosmic void, returned to a silent state as though the previous disturbance had never occurred. 3 days later, Wang Ting, who was cultivating in the estate, opened his eyes and looked at the wristwatch in his hand. Round Ball's figure appeared beside him, shocked. Wang Ting, the Academy Arbitration Association has officially appointed you as a counselor. As expected of the president, even the Academy Arbitration Association has to yield. Wang Ting smiled. That's for sure. No matter how powerful the Academy Arbitration Association is, it can't compare to the president, Round Ball said. However, you're the only one who can get the president to speak up for you personally. Humph, Wang Ting snorted lightly. It's just that the Academy Arbitration Association doesn't know what's good for them. With my contributions, they should understand how to handle it without the president's intervention. It seems that someone doesn't want you to enter the core of the Academy Arbitration Association so quickly, Round Ball nodded, saying. Whoever it is, it's just futile, Wang Ting said with a cold smile. The Academy Arbitration Association asked you to go over for the handover procedures, Round Ball said. Fine, since I'm already a counselor, I'll reluctantly go take a look. Wang Ting stood up, stretched lazily, and said casually. Look at how proud you are. Even a universe stage martial warrior would run over obediently if he knew that he had become a counselor of the Academy Arbitration Association. Yet you're acting so indifferent, Round Ball said with a speechless expression. It's not being indifferent, but I simply don't value this counselor status much. It's just a stepping stone, Wang Ting said calmly. Round Ball didn't know what to say. Was there anything more pretentious than this? What an actor! Wang Ting arrived outside the estate, retrieved his spacecraft, and headed straight to the Academy Arbitration Association. The Academy Arbitration Association. For many students, this place represented the authority of the younger generation, and it was also a place that many aspired to. Members of the Academy Arbitration Association with the emblem badge on their chests walked in and out of the central building, carrying a faint sense of arrogance. Their gaze toward ordinary students carried a lofty demeanor. At this moment, a menacing black spacecraft swiftly approached from a distance and finally hovered above the Academy Arbitration Association building. Who is this? How dare they hover their spacecraft over the Academy Arbitration Association? Doesn't this person know that only members of the Academy Arbitration Association, ranked counselor and above, can directly fly a spacecraft into this place? He's done for. The Academy Arbitration Association won't easily let anyone challenge its authority. The people below were astounded when they saw the spacecraft in the sky. Then, many of them started gloating. Under everyone's gaze, the cabin door of the spacecraft opened and a figure walked out. Wang Ting. That looks like Wang Ting. It's him. If it's him, there shouldn't be any problem. He's finished. The Academy Arbitration Association won't let off anyone who dares to challenge its authority, even if he's an associate council member. Watch, he's definitely in for trouble. Just an associate council member, not even a full counselor. No associate council member has ever dared to be so audacious. Moreover, didn't he refuse to become an associate council member of the Academy Arbitration Association? Refuse? Who could reject the position of an associate council member in the Academy Arbitration Association? Wang Ting is already extremely lucky to be able to become an associate council member as a new student. How can he give up? Many people recognized Wang Ting's identity, and their expressions varied, accompanied by numerous discussions. 3 days ago, upon learning that Wang Ting had the status of an associate council member in the Academy Arbitration Association, many felt envy and jealousy. Chapter 2206. What do you want to do to Counselor Wang Ting? 2. So, when many people saw him appear and even violate the authority of the Academy Arbitration Association, there was a touch of mockery. They all halted their departure and prepared to watch the excitement. Wang Ting was too famous. For new students, he might have become a benchmark, an admired figure, but for the senior students, it was a different story. Many senior students harbored a kind of hostility toward this excessively outstanding freshman, especially after he became an associate council member of the Arbitration Association. This touched upon the interests of the senior students. All the seniors were once freshmen. Like other freshmen, they had been suppressed and yielded to the tyranny of the senior students. However, Wang Ting took an unconventional path, climbing directly to the top of these senior students. Although Wang Ting did not intentionally do this, his actions had already subtly taken on this trend. "How dare you!" Suddenly, a cold shout echoed from within the Academy Arbitration Association. Several figures appeared abruptly in the sky, standing not far from Wang Ting. Wang Ting furrowed his brow and looked at the figures that had appeared before him. They were all Heaven Stage martial warriors, and the aura emanating from them was formidable. These were not ordinary Heaven Stage martial warriors. His gaze swept over them, eventually fixing on the leader, a young man with reddish-brown hair. Wang Ting squinted slightly. "So, you're the 86th senior. I wonder why you're blocking my way?" Wang Ting appeared somewhat enlightened and asked, "Any particular reason, senior?" Occam, hearing Wang Ting call him the 86th senior, instantly felt insulted. He felt speechless and his face turned green. This bastard! The martial warriors behind him couldn't help but twitch their mouths, their gazes somewhat peculiar. They were well aware that Occam was ranked 86th on the top Lu Heaven Stage martial warrior ranking. But what was with this 86th senior title? It turned what should have been an honor into something comical, thanks to Wang Ting's mockery. Wang Ting seemed to be quite sarcastic. "Wang Ting, do you even know where you are?" Occam said coldly. "It's the Academy Arbitration Association. How can one not know about it?" Wang Ting replied calmly. "Since you know this is the Academy Arbitration Association, why did you hover your spacecraft above the central building of the Academy Arbitration Association? Do you even respect the Academy Arbitration Association?" Occam questioned loudly. Wang Ting tilted his head, showing a hint of disdain as he looked at Occam. "So what? How dare you?" Occam was infuriated. A cold glint flashed past his eyes as he shouted coldly, "You're so disrespectful to the Arbitration Association. What right do you have to be the associate council member of the Arbitration Association?" With a swift motion of his hand, he ordered, "Take him down. I will ask the counselors to make the decision and cancel Wang Ting's associate council member status." As soon as his words fell, Occam was already reaching out to grab Wang Ting. Simultaneously, the others behind him vanished instantly from their original positions, rushing toward Wang Ting, sealing off his surroundings. As one of the top Lu Heaven Stage martial warriors, Occam's ability was naturally at the peak of the Heaven Stage. Normal Heaven Stage martial warriors couldn't be compared to him. His speed was unimaginably fast, and with a thunderous sound, he almost arrived instantaneously in front of Wang Ting. Fire force congregated on his hand as he clawed at Wang Ting's neck. Among all possible approaches, he chose the most humiliating one. He chose to directly subdue Wang Ting and suppress him. Moreover, it was all happening in front of so many people. He wanted to strip Wang Ting of all dignity. As the distance closed, a trace of disdain finally appeared on Occam's face. This Wang Ting was just a freshman. Even if he had exceptional talent, what qualifications did he have to contend with him? Today happened to be the day he would crush Wang Ting. Even heaven was helping him. Seeing this scene, some shook their heads, some reveled in the misfortune, while others were filled with sympathy. Had Wang Ting lost his mind? Otherwise, how could he make such a low-level mistake, allowing others to catch a handle? Phi would suffer a huge loss today. A figure flew out from the Academy Arbitration Association's building. His long silver-white hair was quite conspicuous. It was Yuan Mu. He came with Occam today to settle the matter of joining the Academy Arbitration Association. Based on his performance during the Grand Disciple Acceptance Ceremony, he had already qualified to join the Academy Arbitration Association as a member. However, he didn't expect to run into this situation. Occam was eager to subdue Wang Ting to give him a lesson, so he threw him aside. At this moment, Yuan Mu also followed them out. Seeing that Wang Ting was about to be subdued, a glint flashed in his eyes. His expression was indifferent. The dignity of the Academy Arbitration Association must not be violated. Although Occam was a bit excessive, this was a lesson that Wang Ting deserved, and there was no one else to blame. In the sky, a cold light flashed in Wang Ting's eyes. He sneered. 2 different types of divine flames erupted from his body. The green flame and the crimson flame congregated into dragon scales on his body. Intense heat radiated in all directions. At the same time, a rumbling sound of surging blood flowed from his body like thunder. A mysterious golden pattern appeared on his forehead. Boom! At the next moment, he raised his fist and punched Occam. The void exploded, collapsing directly. Terrifying black cracks spread out in all directions. Occam's pupils suddenly contracted, as if he had seen something unbelievable. However, at such a close distance, he couldn't retract his attack. Moreover, he didn't believe that Wang Ting, a Cosmos Stage martial warrior, could contend with a powerhouse like him listed on the top Lu Heaven Stage martial warrior ranking. In an instant, the 2 attacks collided. Boom! A terrifying explosion echoed in the air, causing many people to show shock on their faces. At this moment, a figure was sent flying. Occam! It was Occam! Everyone widened their eyes, looking at this scene in disbelief. How could Occam be the one sent flying? Yuan Mu's face also revealed a trace of astonishment and shock, as if he had seen a ghost. You! Occam's face was full of shock. His arm was trembling uncontrollably. It seemed like the bones in his hand were broken. How could Wang Ting's strength be so formidable? Impossible! How could the strength of a Cosmos Stage martial warrior threaten him? Occam couldn't believe the result. What right do you have to take me down? Wang Ting put down his fist casually and looked at Occam in the distance. Occam's face alternated between pale and red. What could be more humiliating than this? Previously, it was only verbal humiliation, but now Wang Ting used strength to humiliate him. He gave him the illusion that he was facing a top 10 powerhouse on the top Lu Heaven Stage martial warrior ranking. Gasp! The people below finally reacted, and a buzz of discussion erupted. No one could have expected this outcome. A Heaven Stage powerhouse was sent flying by a Cosmos Stage martial warrior, and it seemed he had taken quite a beating. Could these 2 be cooperating to stage a dramatic scene to boost Wang Ting's reputation? Many people couldn't help but think so in their hearts. Capture him! Occam, now ignoring his dignity, immediately shouted to the several Heaven Stage martial warriors surrounding them. Originally, those Heaven Stage martial warriors only planned to block the surroundings and didn't intend to take action. They believed Occam alone would be enough to handle Wang Ting. However, the reality was different. Occam had been sent flying. This stunned them momentarily, but upon hearing Occam's voice, they snapped back to attention and rushed toward Wang Ting. Stop! At this moment, a commanding shout echoed from the interior of the Academy Arbitration Association Hall, and a figure burst out. The Heaven Stage martial warriors instinctively halted their movements and looked at the person. Counselor Wu De. Occam's expression changed slightly. He heard that Counselor Wu De seemed to hold Wang Ting in high regard and helped him quite a bit in the past. Counselor Wu De, Wang Ting has violated the authority of the Academy Arbitration Association. Are you still going to protect him? Occam preemptively spoke out loudly. Counselor Wu De looked at him indifferently and said with a faint smile, "Could you please repeat that? What do you want to do to Counselor Wang Ting? I didn't hear you clearly." Occam swallowed hard, looking utterly confused, and said, What are you talking about?" Chapter 2207. Occam's Struggle. Counselor Wang Ting. As Wu De's words spread, not only was Occam stunned, but others also froze. They wore expressions of astonishment. The Heaven Stage martial warriors who initially intended to take action against Wang Ting were now caught in a dilemma. They couldn't proceed with their actions, nor could they retreat. Glancing between Occam and Wu De, their gazes eventually settled on Wang Ting, displaying extreme awkwardness. They were profoundly shocked. What did Counselor Wu De just call him? A counselor? Seriously? A freshman becoming a counselor? Could anything be more absurd? From a distance, Yuan Mu's eyes widened slightly, and his pupils involuntarily contracted. Counselor. Wang Ting became a counselor. He just aimed to become an ordinary member of the Academy Arbitration Association, but Wang Ting had already become a counselor. The gap between them seemed to have widened unconsciously. He clenched his fists tightly. His heart pounded furiously and he couldn't calm down. Counselor! After a moment of silence, a thunderous exclamation erupted from the crowd below. Their gazes were filled with disbelief as they looked at the young figure in the sky, their expressions full of shock. The sudden appearance of a freshly appointed counselor left everyone somewhat incredulous. Wang Ting was a little surprised. This senior brother Wu De was a counselor and he came out to help him. Interesting. No, something's not right. Occam's expression changed slightly, his face darkened as he said, Wang Ting is just an associate council member who hasn't undergone the assessment. How could he become a counselor? You must be fooling me. Everyone was stunned. They were puzzled. Indeed, Wang Ting had not undergone the assessment. How could he become a counselor? Initially, they chose to believe it subconsciously because it came from Counselor Wu De's mouth. But now, prompted by Occam's words, they felt that something seemed amiss. If becoming a counselor was that easy, everyone would be a counselor by now. Humph! Wu De snorted uncontrollably. Counselor Wu De, why are you laughing? If you can't provide an explanation for this matter, even if you're a counselor, you might not be able to protect him, Occam said with a slightly darkened expression. I don't need to protect anyone. Wu De glanced at him and calmly said, The notice appointing Wang Ting as a counselor has already been issued, and any counselor is aware of it. You don't have the qualifications to know about it. Occam's face turned green. He didn't have the qualifications to know. He was looking down on him. However, he was unable to retort. He was just an associate council member, while Wu De was a genuine counselor. His status was much higher than his. At the same time, tumultuous waves surged within him. Did Wang Ting really become a counselor? The crowd below, upon hearing Wu De's words, once again turned their gaze towards Wang Ting, their expressions incredibly complex. They had no choice but to believe Wu De. He said that all the counselors knew about this matter. There was little room for doubt. Such lies were easily exposed. So, what Counselor Wu De said had to be true. Occam was still unwilling to believe. He immediately sent a message through his wristwatch. It seems you still don't believe it. Let me give you another chance to struggle. Wu De shook his head, crossed his arms, and looked at Occam mockingly, seemingly indifferent to his attempt to confirm the information. 86 Senior, don't be in a hurry. Take your time to confirm. One can wait. Wang Ting's lips curled into a faint sneer as he said calmly. Seeing their resolute expressions, Occam's sense of foreboding grew stronger. At this moment, he felt like he was pushed to the edge of a cliff, with no room for retreat. Standing in place, he became increasingly restless. The gaze of those around him was like a weight, making him extremely uncomfortable. He no longer cared about what Wang Ting called him. If Wang Ting had become a counselor, his troubles would be significant. Yuan Mu sighed. The truth was already certain. If Occam persisted, he would only bring humiliation upon himself. He looked at Wang Ting, a hint of unwillingness in his eyes. Why was this person so much more outstanding than him, despite both being freshmen? Was there such a monster in the world? Even his brother wouldn't be able to reach this stage at his age. No, this Wang Ting was just luckier. How could he compare to his brother? After some time, Occam received a message on his wristwatch. He hurriedly lowered his head to take a look and his expression froze. 86 Senior, what's the result? Is it what you expect? Are you surprised? Wang Ting asked with a smile. Occam. Surprised? At this moment, the information he received from a certain counselor undoubtedly came as a great shock, leaving him devoid of any chance to struggle. In an instant, he felt as if he had been plunged into an abyss. His entire body turned cold. Wu De's facial muscles twitched for a moment. He wanted to laugh but had to forcefully hold back. Wang Ting was truly as cheeky as ever. Humph! Let's go! Occam feigned composure, coldly snorted, and turned around to lead his people away. Wang Ting's figure suddenly flashed, blocking Occam's path. He calmly said, Did I say you could leave? What do you want? Occam's eye corner twitched uncontrollably. He glared at Wang Ting warily. What do one want? Don't you find it ridiculous that you're asking me that? Wang Ting replied. Wu De stood on the side, watching this scene with a smile, showing no intention of intervening. After Wang Ting's identity was exposed, Occam and the others couldn't afford to provoke him anymore. If they dared to make a move again, it would only worsen their situation. This time, he stepped in to ease the tension between him and Wang Ting. Earlier, when he learned that Wang Ting had refused the identity of an associate council member and that the Constellation Society was attacked by the Qinyan Society, he didn't lend a helping hand. It had already strained their relationship. Now that he learned Wang Ting had become a counselor, no matter what, he had to mend their relationship. Wang Ting, Senior Occam didn't know your identity before, leading to this misunderstanding. Why do you have to be so aggressive, clinging stubbornly to this matter? Yuan Mu walked over from a distance, coming to Occam's aid. Wu De, upon seeing Yuan Mu's silvery white long hair from afar, squinted. Isn't this the second one? Wang Ting looked at Yuan Mu, expressing surprise. Everyone he defeated seemed to be referred to as the second. Yuan Mu. The second one? Wood looked at Wang Ting in astonishment. It took guts to call that person's younger brother the second. Wang Ting was incredibly bold. Or was he unaware of Yuan Mu's identity? Considering the latter possibility, Wu De immediately sent a message through a voice transmission. Wang Ting, Yuan Mu's identity is not simple. He is the younger brother of a judge. Indeed, he's a judge's younger brother. Wang Ting's gaze flickered. He had suspected it before, and now he received confirmation from Wu De. However, so what if he was the younger brother of a judge? He didn't even give the judges any face, let alone his brother. You were watching the show from the sidelines and now, you want to intervene? Wang Ting looked at Yuan Mu and asked. Yuan Mu's expression changed slightly. Wang Ting clearly wasn't giving him any face. Didn't he know his identity? If it were someone else, even a counselor, they would probably show some respect if they knew his identity. If there's nothing else, please step aside. Unless, Wang Ting paused, a hint of coldness appearing on his face. He continued in a calm tone, You want to be my enemy? You! Yuan Mu's pupils contracted. This guy was threatening him. Wood, on the sidelines, was at a loss for words. Even after learning Yuan Mu's identity, Wang Ting still confronted him in such a manner, clearly showing no regard for Yuan Mu's elder brother. Wu De couldn't help but feel speechless. How audacious was this guy? He dared to disregard even a judge. If it were him, he definitely wouldn't dare to offend a judge. Yuan Mu, this matter has nothing to do with you. Occam stepped forward, looking at Wang Ting with a cold smile. Indeed, I misunderstood first, but you didn't reveal your identity, so you can't blame others. If you want to use this to accuse me, then you should check if other counselors agree. At this moment, Occam felt a bit more confident. He suddenly realized that, even though Wang Ting had become a counselor, his status was quite awkward. Firstly, Wang Ting's strength wasn't enough to win everyone's respect. Secondly, from the communication with the counselor earlier, Occam learned that Wang Ting's appointment as a counselor wasn't well received. From the judges to other counselors, not many sincerely hoped for Wang Ting to join the Academy Arbitration Association. Of course, there might be some counselors who would support Wang Ting, like the current counselor Wu De. However, Occam was confident that the majority of counselors would stand against Wang Ting. After all, Wang Ting's existence was too unconventional. A freshman becoming a senator was an insult to all counselors. Those counselors had struggled through hardships, competing with numerous geniuses, and finally passed the assessment to become counselors. In contrast, Wang Ting went from an ordinary student to a regular member of the Arbitration Association, then to an associate council member, and finally became a counselor. It was too easy. His promotion path turned the efforts of other counselors into a joke. Senior Wu De, may I inquire about the Academy Arbitration Association's procedures when an associate council member inexplicably attacks a counselor? Wang Ting ignored Occam and turned to Wu De, posing the question. Well, Wu De couldn't help but furrow his brow. What Occam had thought of, he had naturally considered as well. Although Wang Ting had become a counselor, his situation didn't seem favorable. In such circumstances, persisting in confronting Occam was not a wise choice. However, when he saw the calm expression on Wang Ting's face, he realized that the latter had no intention of letting it go. Having known Wang Ting for a considerable time, Wu De understood that this junior was not someone who would remain silent after being mistreated. When Feng Qinyan of the Qinyan Society bullied him, Wang Ting had fiercely fought back. It was no different with Occam. Physically assaulting a counselor gives the counselor the right to subdue the aggressor and revoke their associate council member status. Wu De glanced at Occam, sighed inwardly, and responded. Very well. Am reassured by your words. Wang Ting smiled and nodded. You! Occam's pupils suddenly contracted. In the next moment, although a smile lingered on Wang Ting's face, and his gaze turned completely cold, he surged forward, heading straight for Occam. Boom! Chapter 2208. Ruthless and Domineering. 1 Boom! A terrifying fist imprint erupted from Wang Ting's fist. Flames coalesced and emanated scorching heat. Wu De was astonished, completely caught off guard by Wang Ting's swift and ruthless response. He decided to strike without any hesitation. Also, where did he get his confidence to attack a Heaven Stage martial warrior on the top 100 Heaven Stage martial warrior ranking? Occam, equally surprised, reacted swiftly retreating with a hint of a cold smile on his face. I did underestimate you in our previous encounter, but do you think your Cosmos Stage strength can contend with me? It's laughable. A crisp sound echoed as his arm produced a cracking noise, and the previously shattered arm bones instantly healed. He then slammed his palm forcefully towards Wang Ting's fist imprint. The crimson force flames condensed into a palm imprint, unmatched in power, emanating a peculiar fluctuation, the power of the domain. Oh really? Wang Ting sneered coldly, unleashing the power of his physique into the fist imprint. Sixth realm power. It was an incredibly formidable force. Wang Ting's master hadn't explicitly told him the extent of the realm power's strength, but he could sense the terrifying nature of this power. Even heaven stage martial warriors might not be able to wield such a potent force. Furthermore, Wang Ting was currently using the power of his domain, the 6th rank flame domain. Without holding back, he directly merged it into the fist imprint, pushing his strength toward the 7th realm power. Boom! In the next instant, the collision of their attacks resonated with a dreadful thunderous sound. The void trembled, revealing rifts in space, and the force imbued with scorching intent surged outwards, causing the expressions of many to subtly change. This temperature. Occam's expression changed. Only now did he realize that the temperature of Wang Ting's flaming fist imprint was unusually high. It wasn't ordinary fire. Divine flame. His gaze fell upon the two types of flames entwined around Wang Ting, quickly deducing what kind of flames they were. Only divine flames possessed such terrifying temperatures. Moreover, Wang Ting harbored two types of divine flames, which was simply inconceivable. Before he could think more, a formidable force swept over him, and his palm imprint instantly crumbled. Splat! Occam was shocked as a mouthful of blood sprayed from his mouth, and his body uncontrollably flew backward. How is this possible? How can your strength be so formidable? He halted his retreat, staring at Wang Ting in disbelief, exclaiming in shock. Number 86 on the top 100 Heaven Stage Martial Warrior ranking? Is that it? Wang Ting twisted his fist and looked at his opponent calmly. Wu De's face was filled with astonishment. How could Wang Ting's strength be so formidable? He saw Wang Ting and Occam's exchange of blows. Initially, he thought Occam was being careless, but now it seemed otherwise. Wang Ting's strength truly surpassed expectations. Come on, let's continue. Wang Ting shouted and charged forward once again. You're just a Cosmos Stage martial warrior. I don't believe that you can defeat me. Occam, infuriated and embarrassed, roared and charged at Wang Ting. Boom, boom, boom. The two clashed in the sky, exchanging attacks that resonated with the power of their domains. Terrifying forces were unleashed. 6th rank domain. Wu De looked up at Wang Ting in the sky, his eyes revealing a hint of astonishment. It was truly inconceivable for a Cosmos Stage martial warrior to possess a 6th rank domain. Yuan Mu's expression also changed. Wang Ting's strength had become even more formidable than when he fought him on the freshman leaderboard. What had he experienced after reaching the summit of the spiritual Hollow Mountain? Many speculated about the opportunities Wang Ting might have gained after reaching the summit of the spiritual Hollow Mountain. But no one could guess accurately. Yuan Mu asked his brother, but even his brother didn't know. At this moment, everyone was focused on the ongoing battle. They were all shocked, never expecting that a Cosmos Stage martial warrior like Wang Ting could directly confront Occam, who was listed on the top 100 Heaven Stage martial warrior ranking. At the same time, they were curious. Could Wang Ting win Occam? If Wang Ting won, wouldn't he be able to directly replace Occam and become the 86th on the top 100 Heaven Stage martial warrior ranking? But the issue was, Wang Ting was only a Cosmos Stage martial warrior. A Cosmos Stage martial warrior entering the top 100 Heaven Stage martial warrior ranking was akin to a husky infiltrating a pack of wolves. Boom! In the sky, the intensity of the battle escalated. Occam's realm had reached the 8th level of the Heaven Stage, so his force was unquestionably more profound than Wang Ting's. He sneered at Wang Ting, his gaze fixed on him. To take me down, your strength is still insufficient. Let's see how long you can last with your Cosmos Stage force. As his words fell, he appeared above Wang Ting, bringing down a palm with a terrifying flame imprint that seemed to blot out the sky and crush Wang Ting. This palm contained the power of an 8th rank domain. Occam's strength was indeed formidable. He mastered the 8th rank domain and could seamlessly integrate it into his combat techniques, unleashing terrifying power. At the same time, there was a trace of the power of origin. This was the power of the origin of flame, which had reached the 2nd rank. Boom! Explosions resounded in the sky. Many people's expressions changed slightly when they saw this scene. Even the Heaven Stage martial warriors didn't dare to say that they could withstand this attack. The strength of those listed on the top 100 Heaven Stage martial warrior ranking was truly formidable. Wang Ting was in danger. Wu De's gaze changed. He prepared to intervene. The members of the Academy Arbitration Association weren't all on the same side. Wu De and those associated with the judge weren't particularly harmonious, so helping Wang Ting was, in a way, helping himself. Chapter 2209 Ruthless and Domineering 2. The moment he learned that Wang Ting had become a counselor, he wanted to pull him over. After all, they had interacted before. No one was more suitable than him for this task. Moreover, since he had already taken action, there was no reason to be overly cautious. Otherwise, their relationship would be completely severed today. Wang Ting, you're about to lose. Yuan Mu's eyes gleamed with determination as he murmured to himself. For some reason, seeing this outcome, he couldn't help but heave a sigh of relief. It was only logical for Wang Ting to lose. Winning would make him too much of an anomaly. The people below shook their heads when they saw this scene. Some sighed, while others sneered, thinking that Wang Ting was overestimating himself and would ultimately face defeat. He was too arrogant. As a counselor, having weak strength was a significant loss of face. Right after becoming a counselor, losing so disgracefully would undoubtedly become a joke, making it difficult for him to command respect in the future. Unaware of the opinions below, Wang Ting's gaze turned sharp as he looked up. This palm strike was indeed powerful. He was well aware that, even with the combination of all his attributes and force, there was still a gap when facing an 8th-level Heaven Stage martial warrior. Moreover, this individual was ranked among the top 100 Heaven Stage martial warriors, possessing strength that couldn't be underestimated. He remained utterly vigilant, fusing all the force within him into chaos force. Simultaneously, all the special flames, except for the dark flame, surged out from within him. They condensed on his surface, forming peculiar dragon scales. These flames were all covered by the emerald-glazed flame and the Soul of Thousand Beasts flame, making it challenging for outsiders to perceive. In an instant, Wang Ting's true dragon battle physique, fake, became stronger. A terrifying power flowed through his body. 7th realm power. In a moment, Wang Ting's strength reached the 7th realm power. He received the 5th rank Solar Dragon physique from Zhulong Shan, which allowed the true dragon battle physique, fake, to reach the 5th rank too. Its power increased tremendously. Otherwise, he might not have been able to achieve the 7th realm power. Wang Ting threw another punch, condensing all his force into a fist imprint. This time, it wasn't a flame fist imprint, but a complete version of the 5-element fist, metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. The 5-colored fist imprints merged. At the same time, the power of the 5-element domain merged into the fist imprint and exploded instantly. With the augmentation of the domain power, the power of this punch approached the 8th realm power. Simultaneously, Wang Ting merged the power of origin of the 5 elements into his body. His power of origin had reached the 2nd rank, not weaker than Occam's. Moreover, compared to Occam's monotype origin of power, all 5 of his origin forces had reached the 2nd rank. As the power of laws of origin fused, the power of the fist imprint escalated steadily, reaching the 9th realm power directly. It continued to rise until it reached the mid-9th realm power before finally halting. Wang Ting's eyes gleamed brightly as he delivered a fierce punch. Boom! The formidable power surged out with the fist imprint, impacting Occam's palm imprint directly, colliding with it head-on. A resounding roar echoed, and the force shock waves rolled out in all directions. For a moment it felt as if the entire world had frozen. The fist imprint and the palm imprint were locked in a stalemate as if neither could overcome the other. The onlookers stared at this scene, holding their breath without blinking. At a certain moment, a series of cracking sounds suddenly rang out. Upon the palm imprint, cracks radiated, with the fist imprint as the epicenter, spreading in all directions like a spider web. Occam's face drastically changed. His eyes trembled intensely with disbelief. In the next moment, the palm imprint, under his astonished gaze, abruptly shattered with a thunderous explosion. The force surged backward, and the momentum of the fist imprint remained undiminished, brutally striking Occam's body as he had no time to retreat. Bang! As he was positioned above at that moment, the punch directly sent him flying upwards. Occam, as if struck by lightning, turned pale. Blood kept spurting out of his mouth, and the sound of bones breaking could be heard from his body. Wang Ting's punch had inflicted severe injuries upon him. Wang Ting won. Wu De was astonished. He was planning to intervene but found himself lowering his outstretched hand. It seemed unnecessary now. Yuan Mu's expression stiffened, shaken by the fact that Wang Ting had won. How could his strength be so formidable? He knew Occam's strength very well. Even he would find it challenging to defeat him, but Wang Ting had somehow achieved it. This guy was just too extraordinary. At this moment, a stronger sense of frustration welled up within him. After the grand disciple acceptance ceremony, under the guidance of his teacher, he rebuilt his confidence and was ready to pursue Wang Ting again. He aimed to defeat him one day and reclaim his pride. However, before he could make a move, it seemed that Wang Ting had already moved even further away. How could he catch up now? This unexpected blow caught him off guard, leaving him deeply wounded. The onlookers below were equally shocked. Occam had been defeated by Wang Ting, which was truly unbelievable. I won't lose. Occam was filled with unwillingness. As a Heaven Stage Martial Warrior on the top 100 Heaven Stage Martial Warrior ranking, losing to a Cosmos Stage Martial Warrior was a tremendous humiliation he couldn't bear. Today, he had become the greatest loser. Many witnessed this, and soon the news would spread, making him the laughingstock of the entire Stellar Academies. No. You lost. Wang Ting appeared at his side with a flicker and said calmly. You! Occam's pupils contracted. Is being on the top 100 Heaven Stage Martial Warrior ranking that remarkable? Wang Ting gazed at him, his eyes filled with indifference. A purple brick appeared in his hand. What are you going to do? Occam suddenly had a foreboding sense of danger. He wanted to break free from Wang Ting, but his bones were shattered, and he couldn't move. His body continued flying backward uncontrollably. You're so arrogant that I can't resist the urge to give you a taste of humility. Wang Ting grinned, and the lightning slap smashed down. Bang! 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 Wang Ting's movements were like a residual image. The lightning slap drew arcs in his hand before it landed on Occam's face, which was filled with horror. One after another, large bumps swelled up at a visible speed, almost covering his entire face and head. Swoop! Boom! Cracking sounds were heard. Occam's face was burnt. Soon, a blackened pig head appeared in front of everyone. The crowd widened their eyes, looking at this scene in disbelief. It was even more shocking than seeing Wang Ting defeat Occam. Was Wang Ting a devil? He must be. Occam, at least, was a powerhouse on the top 100 Heaven Stage Martial Warrior ranking. Being defeated was one thing, but suffering such inhuman torture was another. Wu De's mouth twitched, his eyes filled with astonishment. He had seen Wang Ting use this brick to attack people before, but it was always against new students. He didn't expect that today, even a senior student like Occam would fall victim to this cruel treatment. He suddenly had a premonition that Wang Ting seemed to be extending his evil hand to the senior students. Danger! Yuan Mu felt a dull ache all over his body, as if recalling the experience of being brutally beaten by Wang Ting in the freshman leaderboard. Fortunately, at that time, Wang Ting hadn't used this brick. Otherwise, his handsome face might be in danger. This was simply inhumane. Boom! After a moment, Wang Ting swung the brick down, and Occam's body uncontrollably plummeted toward the ground, creating a deep pit upon impact. Silence enveloped the surroundings. All eyes stared blankly at the half-dead Occam in the deep pit. Their mouths were slightly agape, they had completely lost the ability to speak. At this moment they truly realized the extent of Wang Ting's methods. They suddenly discovered that this new counselor, despite having just taken office without any foundation, and perhaps ranking at the bottom in terms of strength among many counselors, was not someone to be trifled with. His ruthless and domineering methods were in no way inferior to those of well-established counselors. Occam thought he could easily manipulate Wang Ting, but the reality proved that he paid a heavy price for it. Occam violated the rules, assaulting a counselor. I, as a counselor, declare the revocation of his associate council member status. Does anyone have any objections? Wang Ting looked down at the subdued Occam, calmly announcing his decision. Chapter 22:10 Wind Ranger. Counselor Ernest. Wang Ting's calm voice spread slowly, capturing the attention of everyone around him. For a moment, you could hear a pin drop in the silence. Wang Ting was about to directly revoke Occam's associate council member status, a move considered exceptionally ruthless. With this decision, Occam not only lost face but also faced the prospect of losing his associate council member status. It was a severe blow, leaving him in a humiliating position. Was it worth it to retaliate against Wang Ting at the cost of such heavy consequences? Sympathy began to well up among the onlookers. Yuan Mu's expression changed slightly, and he looked at Wang Ting with a hint of astonishment. Revoking Occam's associate council member status directly was a harsh move, leaving no room for compromise. Wu De, too, was taken aback by Wang Ting's decision. He thought Wang Ting intended to make Occam lose face, not to completely strip him of his associate council member status. Wasn't he afraid of offending those who supported Occam behind the scenes? In the past, Occam's associate council member status got snatched by Wang Ting. Half a year later, when the counselor promotion assessment was about to start, he miraculously regained his associate council member status. There must be someone supporting him. The Heaven Stage martial warriors who attacked Wang Ting with Occam were appalled. They stared at Wang Ting in disbelief. If Occam were revoked, they would be in a precarious situation. However, they couldn't act at this moment. Wang Ting's actions made them wary, and the presence of Counselor Wu De deterred them from taking any reckless actions. They felt locked down, and attempting to make a move would surely prompt Counselor Wu De to intervene. They wouldn't be able to break this situation alone. Pfft! At this moment, Occam, struggling to rise from the ground, heard Wang Ting's words and sprayed out another mouthful of blood. His eyes were filled with despair. Enough, you can leave. Wang Ting glanced at him and said calmly. Wang Ting. Occam clenched his fist, his eyes bloodshot. He glared at Wang Ting, struggling to utter Wang Ting's name through gritted teeth. Why aren't you leaving? Is this not enough? Wang Ting asked. Wang Ting, this is too much. One don't even know that you're a counselor. Occam was furious and struggled to speak coherently. Still want to argue? You knew my identity, yet, driven by personal grievances, you dared to attack me, belittling me for not having a solid foundation, trying to make me lose face. Do you have any respect for the Academy Arbitration Association? Wang Ting shouted fiercely. You! Occam's eyes widened. His fingers trembled as he pointed at Wang Ting. One didn't. You're spouting nonsense. Whether you did or not, you know it in your heart, Wang Ting sneered. Wu De's expression turned strange. Wang Ting was not someone easy to deal with. Not only did he have a thick skin, but he also had a dark heart. Enough! Just at that moment, a stern voice rang out. Wu De's expression shifted slightly, looking towards the void. A figure slowly emerged, walking through the air. It was a martial warrior with long blue hair, appearing to be around 27 or 28 years old. His ears were slightly pointed, and he had a remarkably handsome face. A rhombus-shaped crystal was embedded at his forehead, seemingly fused with his flesh, giving off a mysterious aura. This person was none other than a wind element fairy, a wind ranger. Counselor Ernest. Now he finally understood who was helping Occam. The person before them was a counselor who sided with the judge and, at the same time, served as Occam's backer. Wind Ranger. Wang Ting squinted. He didn't expect to meet another Wind Ranger in the Stellar Academies. In the Great Qian Empire's number 29 defense planet, he met a Wind Ranger who was controlled by a dark apparition. However, that person clearly couldn't compare to the figure before them. The person standing before them was a universe stage martial warrior. The faint aura emanating from him was beyond what a heaven stage martial warrior could possess. Wind Rangers were considered a powerful race in the universe, and the strength of a Wind Ranger who had grown to the universe stage could be imagined. Counselor Ernest. Occam was elated. He looked at the Wind Ranger hopefully. The other heaven stage martial warriors also showed pleased expressions. Excellent, Counselor Ernest had stepped in. Now let's see how Wang Ting would handle this. Yuan Mu's eyes gleamed as he respectfully nodded toward Counselor Ernest. This counselor held a significant position in his brother's circle, and he had to maintain proper respect. In the universe, showing enough respect to powerful individuals was considered a basic courtesy. Counselor Ernest looked at Yuan Mu, a hint of a smile appearing on his face as he nodded slightly. Then, his gaze shifted to Wang Ting, and the smile faded away. He spoke in a calm tone, Counselor Wang Ting, it's just a minor matter. Why make it such a big fuss? Give me some face, and let's consider this matter settled. Counselor Ernest, right? Wang Ting asked. That's right. Ernest frowned slightly. Seated in a position of authority with formidable strength, Counselor Ernest commanded respect from everyone. Even the judge's brother, Yuan Mu, showed him great deference. However, the tone used by Wang Ting now left Ernest feeling an absence of respect. Although both were counselors, Ernest had never considered them equals. This Wang Ting was just a freshman, similar to Yuan Mu. While he was genuinely surprised that Wang Ting had defeated Occam, it wasn't enough to impress him. Engaging in a calm conversation with a cosmos stage martial warrior like Wang Ting was already Ernest's greatest act of mercy and patience. Do you think it's a small matter if a counselor from the Academy Arbitration Association is insulted, Counselor Ernest? Wang Ting countered. Ernest's brow furrowed even more deeply. Undoubtedly, Wang Ting had turned the tables on him. If he answered yes, he would be placing the dignity of a counselor in a precarious position. If Counselor Ernest encounters such a situation, would you generously forgive others as well? Wang Ting grinned at him. Please answer honestly. So many people are watching. If someone inadvertently offends Counselor Ernest in the future, will you also forgive them? Ernest's expression darkened, a cold glint flashing in his eyes as he stared at Wang Ting. Wu De couldn't help but find it amusing. He initially intended to assist Wang Ting, but now he realized that even Ernest was at a disadvantage in front of him. It was quite entertaining. Yuan Mu looked at Wang Ting with surprise, secretly sneering. He couldn't believe Wang Ting dared to confront Counselor Ernest like this. He was courting death. Outrageous! Wang Ting, how dare you speak to Counselor Ernest like this? Occam, enduring intense pain, shouted. You heard it. This guy has no respect for me as a counselor, Wang Ting said, glancing at Ernest. He smiled faintly, a glint of coldness flashing in his eyes, and then vanished from his original position. Ernest's face darkened, reaching out to grab Wang Ting. Wu De, however, intercepted him with a smile. Counselor Ernest, Occam showed disrespect to a counselor and should face punishment. Boom! The next moment, Wang Ting appeared directly above Occam, stomping down with tremendous force onto his head. The terrifying power erupted instantly. You! Occam never expected that Wang Ting would dare to act in front of Counselor Ernest. He looked at Wang Ting in disbelief. Splat! Without much time to think, a terrifying force surged into his body, causing him to scream in agony. He spat out a large amount of blood, and his entire body was forcefully pressed into the pit by Wang Ting. You rascal! His face turned pale, struggling to lift his head to gaze at Wang Ting. What qualifications do you have to speak to me like that? Wang Ting looked down at Occam with indifference. Wang Ting! Ernest's eyes glinted with coldness as he stared at Wang Ting, saying, You've gone too far. Occam is under my protection. You have no right to discipline him. He disrespected me, so I have the right to discipline him. Any objections, Counselor Ernest? Wang Ting looked at him fearlessly and spoke. This is the Academy Arbitration Association, not a place for your insolence, Ernest said coldly. Is it wrong for me to discipline someone who disrespected me? Wang Ting asked. Even if Occam is at fault, you shouldn't have beaten him like this. Is this how you conduct yourself? Ernest reprimanded him in a cold voice. My conduct is tit for tat. I treat friendly people with tea, and for those with hostility, I'm sorry, but there's only this pair of fists. Wang Ting sneered. Occam is under your protection, so you intend to shield him? Wang Ting asked. If Counselor Ernest has any objections to me, you can report to the Academy Arbitration Association and see if they can. What a sharp-tongued counselor, Wang Ting. Ernest's face darkened to the extreme. Wang Ting had completely backed him into a corner, leaving him with no words. He coldly hummed, Today's events will be reported to the Academy Arbitration Association. I'll have all the counselors vote to revoke your counselor status. With your conduct, you're utterly unfit for the position of a counselor. Want to revoke my counselor status? Wang Ting laughed, tilting his head. Just you. Do you represent the entire Academy Arbitration Association? What did you say? Ernest's expression turned icy. No one had dared to speak to him like this before. Wang Ting's repeated mockery infuriated him to the extreme. A terrifying aura erupted from him, pressing down on Wang Ting. Ignoring his status as a counselor, Ernest was ranked in the top 20 of the top 100 universe stage martial warriors, making him one of the most powerful universe stage martial warriors. He could easily crush Wang Ting, a mere cosmos stage martial warrior, with just one finger. Yuan Mu's expression changed instantly. Wang Ting was acting recklessly, pushing Ernest, a counselor, to such an extent. Wasn't he afraid of being suppressed on the spot? Although Wang Ting had already proven he could defeat Occam, challenging Ernest was a different story. The onlookers below were also stunned. Wang Ting was too audacious, daring to confront even Counselor Ernest. Wasn't he afraid? Wang Ting's gaze focused, showing no fear of Ernest's released pressure. In return, he emanated a terrifying aura. Lightning appeared in the void, displaying a mighty and unyielding presence. Simultaneously, an ancient and vast aura, as if traversing the endless ages, descended upon this world, leaving everyone in awe. Chapter 22:11 Multifaceted Game. The Apology from the Counselor. 1. The emergence of this imposing presence shook the onlookers. No one could have anticipated that Wang Ting's aura would rival Ernest. The thunderous and mighty aura, along with the ancient and profound atmosphere, was usually only seen in the presence of eternal stage powerhouses. But now it manifested around Wang Ting. He was a cosmos stage martial warrior. The difference between him and an eternal stage martial warrior was supposed to be insurmountable. How could he possess such an aura? Ernest's expression changed, puzzled by how Wang Ting could emanate such a strong aura. Even Ernest's imposing presence was being overshadowed. Yuan Mu observed this scene, his gaze rapidly flickering in disbelief. Back when Wang Ting single-handedly faced off against the top 10 geniuses in the freshman leaderboard, he displayed a similar aura. However, the fact that this aura could contend with a universe stage powerhouse was beyond comprehension. Wu De, too, felt a sense of awe. Wang Ting continually shattered his preconceptions. As Ernest unleashed his aura, he prepared to take action. But he didn't anticipate that Wang Ting would react even faster, releasing an aura comparable to his. How did this guy cultivate? But soon, he quickly recovered and said in a deep voice, "Counselor Ernest, have you considered the consequences of your actions?" "He is provoking me," Ernest replied calmly. "Humph." Wang Ting sneered and said, "If Counselor Ernest thinks that being a freshman means I can be bullied, then feel free to come at me. I don't hold this counselor status in as high regard as you do. One just hope you can bear the consequences of your actions. Sometimes ignorance is truly laughable." With that, he shook his head and turned around, ready to leave. The so-called Academy Arbitration Association is so dirty. You disappoint me. I'd rather not be a counselor. His voice spread throughout the surroundings, causing everyone's expressions to change drastically. Wang Ting was questioning the integrity of the Academy Arbitration Association. Ernest's expression also completely changed. His chest heaved violently, and he was filled with anger almost reaching volcanic eruption. His eyes radiated a cold light, an intense killing intent was brewing. This bastard dared to call him ignorant? Dared to call him laughable? He even dared to question the Academy Arbitration Association. If news of today's events spread, his reputation would likely be completely tarnished. Unexpectedly, Wang Ting, whom he thought he could easily manipulate, had pushed him to such an extent. The problem was that he had no way to deal with Wang Ting. Ernest's face turned pale. His gaze locked onto Wang Ting's retreating figure. He refused to believe that Wang Ting would give up his counselor status so easily. Wang Ting seemed to be deliberately leading him on, trying to force him to submit. This was just wishful thinking. He would never yield to a cosmos stage martial warrior, absolutely not. Step by step, Wang Ting moved toward his Devil Slayer spacecraft. He wasn't joking. He currently had no means to deal with Ernest, but these people were delusional if they thought they could humiliate him. He hadn't come here to be bullied. As for this score, he would settle it slowly in the future. Although he had indeed defeated a universe stage martial warrior before, those were highly exceptional circumstances. Ernest was undoubtedly at the pinnacle among universe stage beings, someone he couldn't contend with at the moment. Counselor Wu De observed the scene without intervening, his eyes filled with a hint of mockery. How interesting! Wang Ting, even before officially joining the Academy Arbitration Association, managed to make old-timer counselors like Ernest suffer a setback, to the point where Ernest had no means to deal with him. This was the first time in history. "Ernest, what would you do?" Senator Wood was intrigued. Would he allow Wang Ting to leave freely, or would he admit to his mistakes? Suddenly, his expression changed. He looked in another direction. "Counselor Wang Ting, please wait." A voice rang out, and 3 figures appeared abruptly in front of Wang Ting, blocking his way. This is getting more and more interesting. Wu Des couldn't help but feel a slight excitement. One Wang Ting had managed to attract the attention of so many counselors. It seemed that Wang Ting's entry into the Academy Arbitration Association had stirred the interest of many. If not, these individuals wouldn't have appeared simultaneously. If Wang Ting didn't cause such a commotion, they wouldn't appear here and would just continue watching the drama. Wang Ting narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing the group of individuals. He activated his real eye, allowing him to discern their strengths, which were no less than that of Ernest. The force glow around them was dazzling, indicating they were all at the universe stage. The simultaneous appearance of several universe stage martial warriors, especially in such circumstances, indicated that they were most likely counselors. They didn't show up earlier, but now they all appeared one by one. Humph! Wang Ting snorted in his heart. Counselor Song Quan. Counselor Hong Lai. Counselor Antoine. Goodness, these are well-known counselors, and they have all appeared because of Wang Ting. Amazing, Wang Ting is indeed extraordinary, managing to attract so many counselors at once. I just wonder which side these counselors are on. The onlookers below were shocked to see 3 counselors appear simultaneously. They couldn't help but discuss the situation. What is it? Wang Ting's mood was not particularly good at the moment. He didn't treat them with much regard, and when he saw the 3 figures in front of him, he simply asked indifferently, "You're tuning in to the Phoenix Knights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories."